Alright folks, how's it all going? Can everybody hear me okay? Give me a mic check. Test test, 1, 2, 3. Hopefully the background music's not too loud. Give me some love in the chat, guys. Okay. Everybody okay with volume? So, I don't know what the stream's going to be like because it's been a while since I've actually done any live streaming, and also I had to reinstall everything recently because I put a new graphics card in and some other crap. So yeah, okay, thank you. Everyone's saying it sounds good. Thanks, guys. All right. So anyway, welcome. This is Dominion 6: Rise of the Pantokrator. I expect most of you know what this game is. It's the sequel to Dominions 5 and all the previous games. It's one of my favourite games. I don't play it a whole lot on the channel. I'm more of a Conquest of Elysium player, but I love Illwinter stuff. They are my favourite games. So yeah, I'm just going to turn my own volume down a little bit. Now, Dominion 6 does come with a whole new soundtrack. The reason why I'm not putting it on right now is because Dominions 5 used to get me demonetized every single time that I put the soundtrack on, so I'm not sure whether it's going to do that. The other thing is that in this version 5.98, the only issue I've found with the game so far is after the battles, sometimes the soundtrack doesn't really kick in. Music is slightly loud. All right, let me just turn that down a bit. Let me know how that is, guys. So I'm just going to put my usual soundtrack on by Adrian von Ziegler, who's the guy who does the music for Conquest of Elysium, who very kindly has let me use his music. I spoke to him personally. He's a great guy. It's amazing music as well. So yeah, Dominion 6. We've been waiting for this one for ages. Just so you guys know, I'm not going to be really focusing on multiplayer. I do play multiplayer, and I'm not a great multiplayer player. The other thing is that I haven't played any multiplayer at all. I've not long had this copy. I've only had it this week, and I got it for review, not for beta testing. So I've not been involved in the closed beta test. So if you want to talk about, a focus on multiplayer, Lucid Tactics is going to be putting some videos up, I believe. He's given me an overview of what it is that he's going to be doing, and it sounds really cool, but I won't spoil it. So, but he is definitely going to be very much focused on multiplayer. I think he's also going to be doing some Let's Plays as well. I'm just going to be looking at single player completely today. Let's just see who we've got in the chat. Hey Jerry, how's it going? Got an early copy. Yes, I got an early copy for review. And my thoughts are that I feel very much the same about about Dominion 6 as I did about Conquest of Elysium 5, which is that it adds a lot of many different features that overall go towards making the game way better. There's nothing in there that's a massive drastic change, but actually the game just plays better overall. Hey Dave Flute, how's it going? Been watching your Dominions 5 single player Lanka to help me remind me how to play. Great stuff. Yeah, I've still not finished that. And I was hoping to finish it before Dominion 6 came out, but I failed there. Hey Kirby1, how's it going, man? And Duberson and RG, Lazario, Pengo, Otis, RG, everybody. Yeah. Hey guys, happy Friday. All right. Okay, let's go. So, what's new in this game? I think we probably should start looking at some of the new nations. Now, I am a single player focused player when it comes to the channel. I have actually recorded some multiplayer stuff, but I did one with Lucid a while back. I ended up deleting it because I wasn't really very happy with some of my behaviour. Let's go into the tools and menus. Yeah, so I'm really just focused on single player. What we're going to do is we're going to have a quick look at the nation overviews for the new nations, and then I'm actually going to play as Muspelheim because Muspelheim are like a really interesting weird nation. When I first looked at, let's look at them now, right? So this is going to be the first nation we'll look at. Muspelheim, the Sons of Fire. Far away in the frozen lands of the Jotuns lies a vast valley of fire and ash. This is Muspelheim, a gloomy land lit by streams of lava. The acrid air is thick with soot and glowing embers, and the skies are dark and covered in clouds of smoke and sulphur. From the fires of Muspelheim, primordial giants once emerged, and now their descendants make the Valley of Fire and Ash their home. The Muspel giants have allied themselves with the Jotuns of the surrounding lands, and most of the population is of Jotun stock, but in the ashen fields of Muspelheim, descendants of the first fire giants still live. The Jotuns in general prefer cold climates, but the Jotuns in Muspelheim are resistant to fire and do not suffer from the extreme heat of their ancestral home. Okay, this is really, really interesting, right? When I first looked at this nation, I was like, yeah, kind of looks very similar to Niflheim, right? You know, and the Niflheim line of nations that succeed through the different ages. But these, I've played them a little bit, and you might be able to see here, there's some kind of interesting stuff. These guys on the left here are the Muspel giants, okay? So we've got some Jotuns, we've got a couple of different type of Gigia, and then we've got the Muspel giant and the Muspel Jarl. These guys have got heat power, okay? They've got fire power, sorry. And their heat resistance, right? But you are a cold nation. So this is a really, really weird one, because the rest of your Jotuns, they like cold. So you really want to be cold scale too. Anything outside of that will start pushing you into, you know, income modifiers, that kind of stuff, supply modifiers, penalties. However, the home province of Muspelheim itself, here, which gives us the recruitment of all the different Muspel Jarls, the Muspel Jotun units. Also, it has a +3 heat scale, right? So actually, in the summer, before the Dominion starts kicking in, you can see the heat scale go crazy high on this, and it feels like you've got to kind of make a choice, right? Are you kind of going into the heat scale, or are you going into the cold scale? I don't know. Anyway, excuse me. By the way, I'm still a little sick, so if you hear me coughing on the mic going off, it's because I'm trying not to cough. Anyway, so yeah, that's Muspelheim. We're going to have a look at those properly in a minute. Music got a bit loud. All right, guys, let's turn that back down. We've got Pyrini, I'm not sure how you pronounce this one. Pyrini is a realm of sprawling caverns beneath a densely forested mountain range. I'm not going to read all of these because I don't want to spoil it all for you. Basically, this is like a caveman nation. It's kind of like they've got some similarities, I'd say, to some of the stuff that you get with and also with what do you call them? These guys, giants. My brain has failed me. Mikone. So they're kind of like Mikone in a sense. They've got some similar stuff. They're a very, very different nation though. So these are humans and giant infantry, and they've got boulder throwing giants as well. Pengo's Doomison's saying, what's the new gem type? It's glamour. We'll show that in a minute. And Pengo Paddy's saying, do temperature scales now kill pop? I think so. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think they do. So now, basically, the way that the scales work is... Let me just go into this quickly and I'll show you. So the way scales work now is that unless you've got a modifier on one of your pretenders or on the nation, the maximum you can go is 2 either way. So you can't get Magic 3 or Drain 3 anymore unless you've got a modifier for it. I don't know how this is going to be stuff that's really going to affect the multiplayer game meta. And again, I haven't played long enough to be able to make a comment on that. And I'm not the best multiplayer player anyway. I'm not bad, but I'm not like I'm not really qualified to talk about that. You want to talk to Lucid and check his videos, or someone like Maryland or Kirby here, or one of the guys who plays multiplayer a lot. They'll be able to kind of give you an idea of how the scales and all this is affecting multiplayer. But at least in terms of single player, this means that you can play very thematically. So, for example, Muspelheim, we can actually go into Cold 3 here because we've got this Cold 3. We've got the +1 cold modifier, so the cold limit +1. Amnesia's saying pale ones. No, there's no pale ones in Pyrini. Pengo saying, sorry, Jaylandis extreme temp scales do. Yeah, I believe they do. So I've seen the temperature in Muspelheim itself go up to about +5. I think that's about as high as it will go. But +5 heat is pretty bad. And even if you've got growth scales, that will completely eliminate the growth that you're getting. Pengo saying, there was a text in Muspelheim that suggests extreme temperature kills pops. Yeah, it very likely does. Yeah, so they don't suffer from the extreme heat. The other thing about extreme heat, of course, is that it affects your encumbrance. Okay, so if you've got like really high heat, it can be a bit of a problem. Let's just have a quick look at the other nations, and then we're going to jump into a game. Let's have a look at Middle Age. I play early age mostly. I don't play a whole lot of Middle Age, and I don't play very much Late Age at all. However, that will change because Late Age has got some really, really cool stuff. So Gruntsmart, can you show the multiplayer lobby system at some point? Yes, I will. I've not looked at it yet myself, actually. Kirby wants to say, well, I haven't got a copy yet, so I have to reserve judgment. Yeah, I mean, it's only a few days to wait now, so yeah, you'll be able to dive into that one and give it your analysis, mate. So yeah, we've got Pyrini in the Middle Age, and the Middle Age Pyrini is kind of different. They've started getting metal. They've got Mouflon Knights, which are these giant sheep or goats or whatever they are, like giant Mouflons. And yeah, this is the other thing that Dominion 6 is bringing in. Now we've got a separation of mounts from their riders, and you'll see this when we play, but this seems like a really small change. Excuse me. This seems like a really small change, but it's actually really big. It's really, really cool as you see like knights charge in, get knocked off their horses and carry on, and the horses start running off. It's awesome. So yeah, these guys have got these are the Emerald Knights. They've got the Sacred Mouflon Knights. Yeah, these guys have got pans as well. So all the, again, all of the lore of Dominions is starting to interweave with these new nations. We've also got, in Middle Age, we've got Nidavanga, which are Beowulf and Crow. These are kind of interesting. They kind of remind me of like early age Ulm, in the sense they're like super killer units with... Yeah, they are like early age Ulm, but injected into the Middle Age, and they've got they've got a different path. So they've got some decent magic: death, astral, air, nature. So death and air is going to raise alarm bells for anyone who knows about Wailing Winds. Then you've also got astral, so they're also astral as well, and they've got some blood. Blood and astral no longer mix together, by the way, in terms of communions and sabbaths. You can't blend the two. And there is an interesting thing going on now that Christopher pointed out on Steam the other day, where we're not quite sure the interactions between how it will work. Like if you start a communion, and then you then cast Sabbath. Like say you've got Earth and say you've got Astral and Sabbath, and Blood. If you cast Communion Master and then Sabbath Master, what happens? That's some interesting questions. And it seems to me like there's going to be some really cool little things that you can do with blending these two, because they're not all just one amorphous communion anymore. So yeah, I think the multiplayer community is going to have a ball with that, trying to figure out how this is going to interact. Yeah, these guys are really cool, by the way. They've got these Nidabatheds. These guys have basically got extra lives. So they're, in the lore, they are their friends are ritually sacrificed, basically, in a horrific ritual. And it creates these kind of living scars on their back. And every time they die, one of the scars is kind of, it changes colour, and then they are resurrected. So these guys on the leader version, the Nidahir here, these guys have got these soul scars. And yeah, you get a whole bunch of them. So these guys will just keep coming back. So they've got like limited immortality, which is something we've never seen here before. These guys have got some other cool stuff in there as well. But again, I'm not going to go too deeply into these. Let's have a quick look at Late Age. I think Late Age has actually had the most love with regards to the number of nations, and these are all Ind successors. Okay, so we've got Femini, the Sage Queens. So this is kind of like modern day Amazons, basically. Female sorceress, like ruling class with female soldiers. I haven't really had a great look at these, but they do look really interesting. They've got glamoured sacreds look, so they might be kind of fun. Sage Queen as well. This is look at this. This is actually, I don't know, maybe Kirby or someone will be able to correct me on this, but these look really like high magic paths for a Late Age commander. She's expensive though, 545. I think all the mages have actually had a bit of a boost in price, and that's part of the game's new philosophy, to increase the time in which like rank and file units are fun to play with, basically. So you don't get so many of the battlefield wipe spells coming in so early, and yeah, we'll look at that shortly. We've got Piconnier as well. Piconnier, Legacy of the Prester King. These are like the not Hoburgs. So these guys are like they're size 2, which is like what size 1 used to be, because the size system has now changed. It now goes up to 10. And these guys are like they're super armored Hoburgs. They're not very strong, so they're basically as weak as Hoburgs, but they've got decent defense and high protection. I've played a game with these guys. They're actually really, really fun to play. You just throw hordes and hordes of well-armored, tiny little units at your enemies, basically, and swamp them in halflings. They've got these awesome bird knights. Again, they've got it's a warbird and a bird knight rider. They've got defense skill 20, and they've got a fair amount of hit points as well. So these are really, really strong. You throw like 30 or 40 warbirds into the back of an army, and they will tie them up for ages while the rest of your troops advance, which is exactly what you need, because Hoburgs have got combat speed of like 5, and that's the fast ones. These guys, like the Piconnier defenders, they've got a plate hauberk and iron cap and a tower shield, which is they're a little bit stronger to be able to hold all this, but their combat speed is 2. So yeah, these guys are really, really good fun. Eric C saying Death and Air isn't the Wailing Wind's path now, is it not? Okay, thanks Eric. I didn't know that. I haven't really got that far into it. RG saying Piconnier look cool. Yeah, they are cool. Here's a really, really cool thing about them. Just like with Ind, every temple that you adds 1 to your sacred recruit limit, and you get these sacred troops. So you get some sacred crossbow. You get the soldier priests, which is like just like the Ind version, but the little, I don't know what these guys are called. I think they call them the little horned men. So you got the halfling versions of soldier priests. And then you get some of these guys that have got the same thing that Machaca have got, where they do kind of fatigue damage on sacred units. I think that's how the Machaca ones work as well. So the Baculus. So yeah, by the end of a couple of years, if you've got a decent empire and you've built loads of temples, you can absolutely crap out these sacred units with Piconnier. Finally, we've got Andromania. And these are culturally advanced cynocephalians. I think I said that right. So again, these were another race or another species that came from Magnificent Ind when Ind failed, and went off and sort of formed their own empire. So what happens in the lore? Tianqi actually defeats Ind, and they're scattered basically, and that's why you've got these 3 nations that come from them. And yeah, so these guys are kind of interesting. They've got a pretty interesting base chassis. Let's have a look at a footman. 18 hit points. They're size 4, which I think is the old size 3. I think. Yeah, I think that's right. And quite strong, decent attack and defense. They're fairly well armored. They've also got formation fighter, and they've got 2 attacks. So they've got a bite attack as well. I've actually played against these in the single player, and they are pretty tough to deal with. They've got a whole bunch of mages as well. Anyway, this is not a nation overview, but I just wanted to show you the new stuff in here. I do think that Late Age is going to be really, really cool now, because for a start, it's got more nations. I mean, this is starting to look like, by Illwinter standards, a more fleshed out roster, I think, for Late Age. And Late Age, by the way, has had some really, really, really interesting stuff come in Dominions 5, like, for example, Vettiheim. I love this nation. This is another size 2 nation, previously size 1. The Vetti are way stronger than the Piconnier little horn men. But these are like high strength. They've got less protection, I think. But yeah, the Vettiheim are a really, really strong nation. I lost very, very hard with them when I was playing in multiplayer. All right, guys, we can have a quick look at the yeah, we got the game lobby now. Excuse me. Okay, so yeah, here's the network lobby. Look, we've got a load of test games going up as well. This will be from the beta testing group. But the way this works now is, let's just try this. Let's call it BM test. There's already a local game with this name. Oh no, that was what I called my. Let's call it Ben test. There we are. And okay. So yeah, you basically set your game up here like normal, and then like players will enter. It looks very much like the Conquest of Elysium server. By the way, the COE one works really, really well, even though it is, I think, still technically in beta. And then looks like you can add AI players in here as well. Look, so you can add your AI nations, whatever you want. And then this basically stores the game on the server. Again, don't really know much about how that's going to affect current multiplayer games. I do think that people will probably continue to use the Discord bots just for the convenience. However, that is really, really cool for, like, for example, if I wanted to play Dominions multiplayer with my friends on my server, I tended just to make... I just had a laptop that I ran it off as a server. I didn't really bother with Discord just for that. But for proper multiplayer games, I expect people to still use the... We'll still use the Discord bot. Hi, Imperialis. How's it going? Nanny Sorry says... Nanny Sodet, sorry, says, how much time have you spent with the game battle mode? I've got about 15 hours in it. So I got it at the start of this week. But I've been really busy with work. I'm having to learn a new game for work as well, so I haven't really had a chance to play it a whole lot. But 15 hours is a fair amount. I've managed to get through part way through 2 games up to about turn 30 in each, maybe a little bit further. Rovsy, streaming concerns resolved, I take it. Yes, I believe so. Just let me know if there's any problems, guys. Okay, let's start a new game. This is the new map generator. The game gives you some templates to work with, so you've got this kind of like... This is the normal standard map. You've got the circle world, small lakes, which gives you 3 or more small lakes. You've got 1 sea with a, kind of like a nation around the edge, or the land around the edge. 2 seas, twirling sea, no man's land, which basically means that you are forbidden from starting in the center of the map. Look, you can see that grey area. And then we've got the forbidden center, so no one can start in the center. I think that this is going to be really, really interesting for multiplayer games. Hopefully, I don't see any hope in it. One of the I'm going to say one thing that I do not like about the multiplayer meta at the moment with Dominions is I really don't like map nuke, and I understand why everybody uses it. It's because you want a fair game, and I completely agree. But I think for like casual, like people who like to play a little bit more casually and thematically when I play multiplayer, like me, I don't like map nuke. The maps it makes it kind of boring, and so I really think that this stuff, I'm hoping that we're going to see some more maps kind of coming out where people are playing multiplayer, but not just on map nuke. Like, I totally get, like, if you're playing a tournament, you need map nuke, man, because you don't really want people arguing over whether they got a crappy start or not, and I do get that. I just don't find map nuke very inspiring to play on. I kind of got bored of it pretty quick. These look really, really cool. Doomersons and say map nuke. Yeah, map nuke's an amazing tool for people who play multiplayer and want a fair game, basically. Because Dominions is not very fair with the way that it sets things up. I don't really like balance in single player games, so I don't care about... I wouldn't use map nuke in single player. It does make it's very reliably... It makes the same map very reliably, basically. Nico Godina says, play one map nuke Mac, and you played them all. Super hopeful that this will be a good alternative. Yeah, I completely agree. And like I say, I'm not slagging map nuke off, by the way. It's an amazing piece. It's an amazing tool. I've used it loads in multiplayer games. I just don't like playing it all the time. Nani Sara says, really love that we got lobbies. Is it going to make it much? It's going to make it much easier to get my friends into multiplayer. Yeah, like look. I've got two pieces of advice, right, for the community to get how to get people into Dominions. One is stop telling them that the Dominions single player sucks, because it doesn't. It's very, very good, and as you will see, the AI in this game is much improved now, in my opinion. Now, the other Daz Tactic and Lucid and the other guys who've been playing, they might have a different opinion, but in the 15 hours that I've been playing, we've really I think the AI is way better, and that, like, hopefully now we can drop this kind of trope that's going around that Dominions has got bad AI, because it's just not true. Sure, if you're a multiplayer player and it's got, and there are definitely issues with the AI when you're like a high level multiplayer guy, like there's no denying it, and I won't argue about that. However, it's unfortunate because that's kind of filtered down into the general community, and as somebody who I live on 4X communities, right, on the 4X community social media, and that's the biggest complaint that I see. Oh, I want to get into Dominions, but I heard the AI sucks, and it really pisses me off, because it's just not true. It's got really good AI if you play in single player. Let me just try and catch up with the chat. Pengo's saying, I never use the random maps in D5 much, preferring the beautiful handmade maps, but this new random map generator looks like it allows better setups. Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna try to get into the game, because I don't want you guys to wait too much longer. We've also got an underground layer now, and you can set different styles of this. So you've got a circle, 2 caves, 1 cave, 4 small caves. It's kind of similar to the way that the water's laid out. This is really interesting. I've not really played with it a whole lot. What we're going to do is we're going to generate a quick map. I'm probably going to I'll just leave it on medium, because this is like a good way to do things. I'll leave it on the random map, and we'll put it on... I might put it on the circle cave, just so we get loads of caves. Okay, so we're just going to call it EA LP. Oh no, yeah. Not a let's play, that'll do. Okay. Whoops. 2, right. So let's go to the early age. Again, this will all be familiar to people who've played Dominions before. I'm going to select Muspelheim. RG's asking, is there any Diplo now with single player? Yes, there is. Doomison, is there a cloud layer as well? I saw a third plane on Daz's upload. I don't know, actually. Gary Oak says, let us vote for enemy nations. You want to vote for enemy nations? All right. Okay, that's cool. I'm going to put in Niflheim just because I think that's thematic to have these guys against one another. If I really wanted to punish myself, I could put in Vanheim as well. But yeah, okay. The first 4 nations that you guys type into the chat, I'm going to put in because I can't be bothered with voting. Sorry, it's like a fucking democracy, man. Go and stick some Ermor. Okay, right, there we go. I like Ermor. Calum, typical Kale. You'd say that. Okay, Ermor, Calum, 2 more. So we got a normal nation, a kind of cold nation. Pale ones. Okay, so you want Agartha, and then we've got Abysia. Okay, a good choice. I'm not going to put any more in. The game is going to get pretty big otherwise. Hey, Ilana, how's it going, man? Ilana Nation. No, they've not put that one in yet, mate. You'll have to mod it in. Doomison saying the Hobbits. No, there's no halflings in early age yet. Well, there are on the map. Any nations use the new glamour magic involved? Yes, Muspelheim do. So do Niflheim. Calum, maybe? Not sure about that. Don't know about Agartha and Abysia. I think not. But so the glamour nations are mostly the elves, and okay, guys, we've got them in now. I'm not going to put in an ocean nation because I just can't be bothered with it. I'm also going to leave it on normal AI. I just want to. I'm not going to be playing. Like, don't be watching this because you're expecting like high level multiplayer meta play. Okay, it's not going to be like that. I want to show people that this is a really cool a really cool single player game. So here we go. Yeah, we've seen all this stuff. I'm actually going to look at the units. We'll look at the units later. But just things to note. We've got a cold resistant nation. For the most part, apart from the Muspelheim units. These guys on the left here, these are all only they are only recruitable in your capital, apart from the Muspelheim. I think the rest of them are all. Oh, you might be able to get the Muspelheim as well. Wait a minute. Oh, sorry, no. Yeah, so all of these are cap only except the Muspelheim. Like she can be recruited anywhere. But these guys are, you have to actually go out and take more territory if you want to get the Jotun units, including the Gigia. Gigia now has glamour. She's got a really, really interesting path to look now. So she wouldn't have had, like, I think part of the reason why Illwinter has separated out the glamour magic from the air is, one, because they put in a whole bunch of new glamour stuff that's just not air related at all. 2, it means that nations that are, you know, especially the kind of Irish themed, kind of Irish Celtic themed nations, have got the ability to have the glamour stuff without needing wind magic or air magic. Doomster says the halflings need to discover pipeweed before they become a civilization. Yeah, they do. Okay, right, let's go in. So I'm going to do this really, really quickly because pretender design is one thing I think that puts new players off. By the way, I don't know how many new players we've got. Hold on a sec. I'm getting a warning. Are you guys, is the stream okay, by the way? Just let me know, guys, because I'm getting a warning on YouTube. Let's just make a pretender really quick. What should we go for? Let's go for something kind of fun. Let's just go for a dragon. Like you don't often see this stuff played in multiplayer, so I think single player it's really an opportunity to kind of really go wild with this stuff. Let's get some glamour magic on this thing as well, and we'll put him dormant. Now the Muspel Giants and the Muspel Jarls take 2 holy points each. Stream looks good, does it? Okay, thanks guys. Thanks for letting me know. So they take 2 holy points each. It's kind of difficult to get the money to get the I'd say the productivity resources to be able to get loads of them out anyway. let's make it so I might actually just reduce the cold a little bit rather than going further into cold. Ah, in fact we can't. That's interesting. Ah, that would be because the dragon increases. Yeah, he's got the heat scale limit +1. That's interesting. So picking the dragon actually means that we the furthest into cold we can go is 2. Be tempted to put it down to 1 so we can get a few more points in here. Yeah, I'm not going to go too crazy with this stuff. You guys, you don't need to see all this. We can't actually go any higher into productivity either. So this is a new thing that's added in this. The pretenders have got kind of scale limits on them, which kind of makes it. I think this might be partly an effort to kind of force diversification in how people pick their pretenders in multiplayer, but it's also really interesting with regards to single player as well. It's much more thematic now, I think. Just for the sake of getting the game going a bit quickly, I think what I'm going to do. Oh yeah, I've lost my spells. Yeah, I'll do something like this. Look, probably don't need order. In fact, I can't bother with the look events. Let's just do that. That'll be fine. I don't want to mess around with this too long. Oh, we've not picked any bless effects. Okay, so we can have a quick look at the glamour stuff, by the way. Before I do, I'm just going to catch up on the chat. Pengo says, I thought Pretender screen showed magic paths. Yeah, it does. So if you hit the S key, you can jump down into the magic. If you mean this, yeah, it will show the magic paths here too. Otis, tab key shows the magic paths on Pretender screen. Ah, I didn't know that. Ah, there you go, look. Yes. Okay, right. Thanks, Otis. Yeah, so, by the way, anybody new to Dominions, every single screen, almost, like nearly, I'd say about 95% of the screens, if you hit shift and question mark, it will bring up a list of hotkeys. So that drives me wild when I hear people say that Dominions has got a bad interface. It really hasn't. It's really good. It's just not the same one that you get in Endless Legend. Okay, oh yeah, okay, you guys are just chatting. Ilana's saying, I think it might be a bit out of sync. Okay, mate. Yeah, how's that minus 40 degrees going in Canada, by the way, Imp? Yeah, I hope don't get frostbite again, man. Eric C, the third plane is the Nexus, accessible with some kind of astral Nexus spell, creating a portal to the one province plane. That sounds amazing. How fantastic. Okay, that's interesting. More planes are moddable. Ilana's saying, oh, totally new, bounced off the previous two, but the concept intrigues me. Mostly my stubbornness to not read the manual. The UI didn't make sense to me, but going to give it another try. Bought 4 around 5. See, that tip probably would have helped a lot. Yeah. All right. So, yeah, I think that getting into Dominions is not that easy. I would recommend that you go and watch Daz Tactics' video on Dominions 5 called Dominions in One Sitting or something like that. And he plays as a red dragon actually, and that he basically plays a game of Dominions in about 45 minutes, and that was what got me into this game, because I was like you, Alana. I bought 4 and just couldn't get into it. Not that I couldn't get into it, I just didn't really try. And I just sort of was like, oh, I like that, but I'll play later. Okay. Right, so we've got whole new bless effects now. The bless effects are these affect your sacred units when they are blessed. Okay, so they give them bonuses. Imp's totally not frozen. Okay, thanks, man. I was glad to hear. My heart went out to you when you told me that you were in minus 40. That's just ridiculous. Okay, I would really like to get fire shields on the Muspel giants. I wonder if we can do that somehow. Yeah, I think we can. So let's get fire shield on these guys, because that's just going to make them ridiculously powerful. We've also got the ability, so we can actually get ore here as well. If we get just a few more into, yeah, we can do that. Now we've got what's called bless points. This is another thing that's changed. So if you don't getting the path, sorry, increasing your magic in each level in each magic area does not automatically give you access to the bless. You have bless points as well. So I'm not actually 100% sure how this works at the moment, but for example here, look, we need to take a few more magic paths in order to get enough bless points to grab this. Yeah, so we need more bless points. We need 8 bless points for that. So I think that's there to kind of stop you from just taking all the really, really powerful stuff. I'm not quite sure how that works. Let's just we'll pass on ore for now. Ore and fire shield, by the way, would be a ridiculously strong combination. We could get Obfuscate to make us stealthy. I think that would be hilarious, having stealthy giants, but I think Blur will be okay. Blur makes attacking units have their attack skill reduced by 2. Unless your enemy's got true sight. Okay. Can we still take that? I think we can. No, we can't. We need to get one more. There we are. Oh, in that case, we'll have to drop. Drop the magic. Look at this. Right, yeah, you can faff around this until the cows come home. I'm not going to. I don't really care that much. Okay. We'll call the Dragon Battle mode because I'm really imaginative. Okay. Gripper for life. That video is what got me into Dominions, and then I found out dragons suck, and I've been crushed ever since. Well, you need to file a formal complaint with Daz's secretary, okay? Okay, I'm going to put renaming on. Let's have a look at what options we've got here. For those of you who are familiar with Dominions, we've now got diplomacy. We've got binding diplomacy. Now, the formal diplomacy is binding, and non-aggression pacts cannot be broken without proper warning in advance. So this is going to be a big thing for multiplayer. You can also have diplomacy is weak, which is non-aggression pacts can be broken at will and without warning. And then you've got diplomacy is off, which just means you are back to your classic diplomacy, the board game style diplomacy, which is what everyone's been playing with for years. This is going to be really interesting. Also, this is going to throw in a really I hope Illwinter have thought about this. So any of you who play Shadow Empire, right? You'll have come across this, and I know Kale's in the chat. If you've got a binding mechanical diplomacy, and you also try to play with organic diplomacy, you know, like just agreements between players, these two things do not always play nice. Okay. So it might be that you make a non-aggression pact with somebody, but you forget to actually bind it with, you know, with the official thing, and then suddenly, you know, you get attacked, and or let's say that you make a binding agreement and then you make another agreement, but you forget that you're still in a mechanics binding agreement. You can be stuck. So you've got to really think about this carefully. Kale's saying, dragons don't suck. They are pretty strong choices if you're focused on a single path, at least in Dom 5. Yeah, they're not really that great in multiplayer, I don't think. It just depends. I think, at least in Dominions 5, with the meta just being on Rainbow Mages. Now, that's something that's changed as well. Again, go and talk to the multiplayer experts in the community, like Lucid and Kirby and Gripper and all the other guys who are here. Like, the multiplayer people will tell you more about what these new changes with regards to the way that scales and the bless point system and the pretender design. I think it's going to really shake up the meta for multiplayer, but again, I don't really know enough about it. In the beginning, there was chaos. Now the wheel has turned once again. Let's get in there. Okay, so we've got Muspelheim. Okay. As you can see, look, we've got Heat 5 here. Now, this is, even though our Dominion is Cold 1, obviously we haven't got very many candles in yet, and we are also in spring. But you'll see that Muspelheim will always be really hot, and that's kind of thematic for these guys. We start with some Muspel Huskarls, or Huskarls, I think you say, and with the spear and the javelin. How many have we got? We've got 8 units. Let's take a look at the UI. I want to show you the UI, because I think that this is one of the big changes. Dead Salmon says, most people I know have no intention of playing with binding on in multiplayer. I think that's probably wise, at least until people have figured it out. I think that there's nothing wrong with the way I think the binding, right, okay, sometimes you get these issues where people have big falling outs because they mean, hey, hang on a minute, didn't nap 3 mean that I can attack on turn X? No, it meant turn X +1, and you know, you do that can cause big disagreements. I think the community are mostly really good about it, but I think that's probably one reason why you might want to try it. But I expect that's not going to be taken on. Rovc says, if you're not building for competitive multiplayer, you can and should play with whatever pretender you want. Yeah, I completely agree, and I would actively encourage you to play with some of the weirder ones because they're really good fun. Monarch says, I'm just happy this is on the works. Yes. UI already looks nicer than 5 visually. Okay, yeah, so let's look at the UI. Rovc saying Gripper is the local multiplayer expert. I think, yeah, I play with Gripper. He's good. Gripper took over from Sakane in a game that we were playing with Lucid Tactics, and he inherited Oceania, I think it was, and yeah, I can't even remember what happened. I think Lucid won that game by miles, as usual. Okay. Gripper's saying, this is a bit of a confession, but I've never finished a single-player Dominions game. I basically only really enjoy Dominions if I get to make meme builds for multiplayer. Yeah, I think Illwinter, they kind of, at least when I interviewed them, I'm pretty sure that Christopher said that they kind of see Dominions as a more multiplayer-oriented game, and Conquest of Elysium as a more single-player-oriented game. However, that's not strictly, I mean, they're both, by the way, Conquest of Elysium is great in multiplayer if you've got buddies to play with. Like if you've got a little crew who love playing it. I love Conquest of Elysium as a multiplayer game, especially as a PvE kind of game. But Dominions is also, it's becoming better, and I hope that you guys will be able to see that the AI has improved, at least for a single player perspective. Okay, let's start playing. So yeah, we've got a Muspelheim here, and he's got some basic units. We've also got a scout. So I'm going to do the multiplayer thing of prophesizing the scout. That's never a bad idea because he can like sneak around and prophesy and preach. Let's look at Muspelheim itself. We'll look at the UI as we go. So so you can see over here the buildings and sites now is in this little box. In fact, we've got this box on the right, and a lot of these things you can actually click on. So for example, population. This gives you all the base population growth breakdown. So for those of you who like to who like to look at the numbers, here you go. I got a typo here. I've actually reported that to Johan the other day. We've got the income. The income is increased now. We've got resources, recruitment points, supply usage. We've got the defenses as usual, and we've got unrest. Like I say, some of these you can actually click on. The ones that you can click on will highlight out. You've got your Dominion candle. It tells you what your Dominion strength is like and all the things that come with it. So for example, heat 5, we get -10 income, -20 supplies, and pop kill 1. So we are getting a small pop kill every turn. However, we have got some population growth from the terrain population bonus. Now, I think that's all taken into account. Griff is saying, oh god, that game. Yeah, I remember it as well. Rosby saying, correct me if I'm wrong, but Fog of War is new. Yes. Okay, so this is one of the things that 4X players kind of like used as an argument to exclude Dominions as a 4X game, and it was like, well, it's not really a 4X game because you can't explore at the start because the maps, well, that was never quite true, but now you really, if you've got a random map, you are now surprised. I love this. What a small change to make, but this makes the game way more fun in single player. I think Illwinter have added loads of stuff to make single player much more fun. But if you're a multiplayer player who doesn't care about single player, don't be concerned. It's not that they've not upgraded everything else as well. Okay, yeah, so we've got our buildings and sites and all this stuff down here. And over here we've got the treasury. The treasury's got a new breakdown look, so gold left in treasury, and it breaks down what you're spending everything on. You can reset all the recruitment from here. There's loads and loads of cool stuff in this. Gold spent on units. Again, you can reset all the recruitment. Your income is broken down by province here, and you can see all the upkeep costs. Gems is similar. You can also pull specific gem types from any commander or mage who is in a province with a temple. With a lab. Let me just catch up again. God, wow, there's loads of comments, guys. I'm not going to be able to read them all because otherwise I'll be talking throughout the whole thing. So let's try and get some gameplay in. Fog of War is great. Well, Dominion's always been a lot bigger on the war side of things. Yeah, it is a war game. I mean, it's a war focused game, but it's, like, I think what you lose with kind of things like multiple victory conditions and stuff like you get in Civ-like games, you actually gain with the sort of role-playing aspect of this game. Like, you don't have, like in single player, you don't have to play this as a min-maxing game. You can really just go into some wild and wacky strategy that you want to try. And I think that's one of the great things about it. Let's get this guy prophetized. We're going to put this guy on, we'll put him on preach. I'm just going to hit R. Look, so I think we're going to get some Muspel Giants early. We've got 600. We've got 600 income. Yeah, 427. Yeah, I think we'll go straight for the Muspel Giants. I think that we need to get. Yeah, we need to. They're not going to be much use, or they're not going to have their fire shield at least until we've got. Excuse me. They're not going to have their fire shields until they've got their. Until the pretenders come out. However, they are still going to be pretty strong. We want to get some, probably the Muspel Dottier here. These guys have got, they're expensive, look, because they're not sacred. They're 184 gold a year. You're gonna run out of credit or gold really, really fast recruiting these guys. You've also got the Muspelheim. Arguably, I mean, they haven't got the best magic paths, look. So like fire 2 maximum or fire 1 like air or death. The air ones probably be useful. Death ones maybe not so much. Although fire and death's not that bad actually. I think there's a fire death cross path, isn't there? But yeah, these guys are cheaper. So these are 100 gold per year, and they've got 9. So they're probably, I think they're probably a little bit more useful. Like they're a little bit more gold efficient for researchers. I'm not very good at maths. Golf Club Ninja saying treasure menu looks helpful when you inevitably find yourself with less gold than you thought you had. Yeah, it's really useful. You've still got this F1 as well, so all this is still the same. Last Shogun says, is it me or does your current map lose like Texas? Is it me or does your current map lose like Texas? I don't get it. Sorry, I don't understand that. I'm dumb. Ilana said, I think people obsess over the X's and 4X's and Empire on genre. Yeah, you're completely right. I mean, I made an argument that Super Mario Kart was a 4X, and I argued it as well, and it was absolutely ridiculous. But if you know, you're kind of loose with the whole X's thing. Mike says, oh, I thought Texas. Oh, sorry, you're talking about the shape of the star. Oh, I see what you mean by Texas now. Okay, I'm sorry, my American geography is absolutely abysmal. I'm a limey. Okay, all right, guys, so let's get this played. So I'm going to recruit. Let's get some Muspel Giants out, and I'll probably get a few more of the Muspel Huskars or Huskars, and that is it. We want to hit F5, see what we're researching. I don't need blood magic yet. I think probably with... So let's have a look at... Let's just go into F4 and we'll go to battle mode and we'll get an overview of our nation again. So we're fire, air, death, glamour, astral, blood, and nature. These have got a really, really wide path diversity as far as early age is concerned. So yeah, you don't get water or... But this is a weird one as well, right? You get water gems from Muspelheim. No, not from Muspelheim. It's from... the Meltwater Gorge, so you get water gems, right? But you don't have anybody naturally who can cast this. Now, whether you get any summons later in the game, I ain't sure. We can have a check that now if we go into Conjuration. We can awaken a Jotun Draugr. I can't remember if these guys are commanders. No, I think I think they're giant. They're undead giants. Okay, so we do get the dwarf of the 4 directions, so there will be. Yeah, I'm not actually sure about him either. So I don't think we actually get natural access to any mages who can cast that, unless the Gigia can they? Can Gigias? I think water. No, and we don't have Skrati. That's one thing that's different from Niflheim. So Little Game says hello, sir, or madam, or whatever. Right, let's go. So. We're going to hit the next turn button. Oh, I probably should choose some magic. Nothing great in alteration for us early on. However, I do like blur and mirror image. Alteration is actually really good for glamour. So we get things like group blur. The magic has got more gradation with regards to the precision of the area of effect. So there are more, instead of just kind of going from area of effect self to 1 up to 15 and then, the battlefield wide. We've now got things like 3 and 10, and there's much more gradation, or gradient, or steady variance basically between the spell types, and that really fits in well with the big battle sizes. Let's hit the end turn. Rossi saying you're missing water and earth, I believe. Yes, yeah. Although we have got water gems, which is really weird. Okay, so Niflheim is they've prophesized Narf the Jotun Hearse, and we've got Lodgrim of the Jotun Scout. Okay. Let's get the scout preaching, and now this is probably. I'm not again. We don't. This is a single player. We don't need to worry about super crazy expansion. Okay, here's the new battle screen. This has changed a little bit. There's one kind of slightly confusing change. So those of you who've played Dominions will know that it's right-click select and left-click. Kind of like do stuff, right? Or well, left click select units and then right click left click move, for example, or right click to select things. On this map now, on the battle map, it's a little bit different. So you actually left click to select and right click to move. That took me a little while to get used to, and in fact you'll see me kind of making mistakes here from time to time. Let's just get the profit back here. But this is actually this is loads easier now, by the way, to navigate. This guy wants to be casting spells. This is probably enough to expand. Let's just see what we've got. Okay, saying 10 enemy units, 10 light infantry. But we can't cross that river, I don't think. No. And we've got a whole bunch. Oh, this is a bit of a rough start, look. So you'll see, you'll notice immediately for early age, look, we've got 200 enemy units in here. And we've got 180. So this is way bigger than you would get. And the battlefield's loads bigger as well. Pengo's saying the rebalancing of bus spell range is something I'm keen on using. Yes, it's like the battles are just way better now, in my opinion. I think there's going to be way more tactical control, and maybe less so that's not the word. It's not micromanagement, but there's less management because you're going to be using somewhat less mages, so there's probably a little bit less mage scripting. But I don't know. I still think that you still get quite a lot of mages, so don't worry. Get these guys on research. She's not got any spells at the start. Shotgun can't go that way. Barbarians are going to tear giants to bits, and we've got heavy cav in there. This is a bit of a thing. Yeah, I think... Whoops. I think we want spears. Let's just get a bunch of spearmen out. Forget how much these are. 220. 230. Yikes. Everything's so expensive. Why are you so expensive? Yeah, I think we're going to have to go either into the light cav will probably be okay, but it just depends on how many there are there. I think I'm actually going to move the scout in. I think that's probably the smart thing to do here. We will get some more. These aren't really the best chaff either to hold up against barbarians. And barbarians are still dangerous. But the Muspel giants were going to get wrecked by those guys. So what spells will she have at the start of the game? Okay, so there's a whole new. So Kale Immortalis is in the chat, and I know Kale was a bit worried that this separation of air spells and glamour spells was going to reduce the number of air. That's not true. I actually checked. There's more air spells now, if anything, and there's better air spells as well, in my opinion. It's been redone, and it's really, really cool. What do we got? Not a lot, really. Yeah, nothing that's going to help against barbarians. So, yeah, let's just check. I think we're just going to check what we've got there. Yeah, we're not going to move those guys out that turn. I'm just going to continue preaching. And we'll just wait one more turn. Oh. Yeah, we'll just go into alteration. Alright. What do we got there? We've got... it's saying 40. Mainly light cavalry, heavy cav, and... yeah, so these guys are going to do better against these, I think, than the barbarians. Probably. Oh, by the way, here's another thing we've got. We've got search magic sites auto. So for those of you who really did not like, you know, the amount of clicking that you had later in the game when you've got tons of site searching to do, even though there was like loads of hotkeys, right? Loads of hotkeys. But now you can automate them site searching. I don't know if multiplayer players are going to do that, but it's definitely good for single player. RG says good luck with those barbs. Yeah, I know it's not ideal, is it? However, we do need to actually expand a little bit. So I think we're gonna send these guys out to take on these. We're actually just gonna put these straight on attack, get them right at the front, and probably put them on sparse formation. They've got pretty high morale. The giants as well are just gonna go straight into. I'm just gonna attack. Blessing them's not going to do anything. +1 morale is just not going to be anything for us. Let's just get those guys straight in. In fact, we'll put them a little bit behind. We'll make short work of those. Midnight Fox, what are the biggest news in Dominion? Or what's the biggest news in Dominion 6? A plethora of small changes that act in a gestalt way to raise the quality of the game. It's the easiest answer for that. I think that most notably, a rebalancing of the spell system. I think that the increased size of battles, the increase in money, making things like forts more expensive, commanders a bit more expensive. Basically, they're trying to make it so that the excellent tactical combat remains relevant longer into the game before you start getting the big battlefield wipes and just mages just blasting one another with, you know, like ridiculous spells, basically. And yeah, it plays loads better. The other thing is that I'm about 90% certain that the single player game AI is way better now as well. Eric C says splitting the spears into 2 units helps morale. Does it? I'm interested to see this. Okay. Ah, I see what you mean. Right, because of the... Wait a minute. I'm just trying to figure out how that works. It might. Do you mean not putting them in skirmish mode and they're in the short line? Anyway, I'm trying to get my head around that. RG, wonder what kind of changes have been made to underwater. I'm not sure. I haven't played any underwater stuff yet. Grand Wombat says horses and glamour magic are the 2 biggest changes. Yeah, glamour's huge. And by the way, I won't spoil it for you in this, but basically glamour has got some amazing stuff. Let me show you one that I found the other day. I think this is in alteration, is it? Here, Kale, you'll like this one. Wait, 1 minute. Where was it? Is it enchantment? Yeah, this one. I think it was enchantment. Hold on a minute. It might even be evocation. It was a weird one. Anyway, there we go. Project self. Check this one out. You've got to have a cross path, right? So you've got to have astral as well. But this is cool. The caster sends a projection of himself to a distant land. The projection is an ethereal replica of the caster with the same magical skills as the caster. Items are not projected, but any path boosting magic items will still have the effect. Projection will only last enough for 1 battle. So what this means is you can have your pretender sat in a lab somewhere, or someone else, and then you can use him in a battle if you cast that spell at the start of the turn. So that's fucking cool. Like, when I saw that, I was like, whoa. And there's loads of stuff like that in it. They've, like, glamour, they have really gone to town. And they've made, like, air magic's way better now. There's some really, really cool stuff in air. So yeah, I'm super excited about it, man. Like, they've done some really, really cool stuff. I think, I don't know how it'll work with multiplayer. At least as far as single player is concerned. This game's massive upgrade. Okay, let's carry on playing. I think we'll hide and preach. Okay. Kayla Mortalis says, I do like that one. Presumably you can raid without risk of dying. Yep, I guess so. I'm not actually sure if you die, what happens. I don't remember reading anything about that. There's a battle in Terrace Peak. Let's go. Okay, so this is the battle size now. Look, so it's really, really big. I think they said it's about 50% bigger. Oh, this is going to hurt. Look at how many heavy cav we've got here. If we were lucky, we might repel a few of them. Ouch. Okay, so some Jotuns just took some lance charge there. Yeah, look at. So we got a horse. Look, I don't know if you can see this guy. We've got a Destria here, or a cataphracted warhorse. He's running now because his rider's gone down, and they've killed the horse as well. Oh wow, look at this guy's gone for these Jotuns here. This didn't go very well. Now it looks like these guys have they've caught up here with the. There we go. Look, there's another one. So we got a riding horse. Look, so what you can see is sometimes they'll kill the horse, and you'll see a rider fighting on, and other times they'll kill the rider off the mount, and you'll just see the mount run off. Look, so it's not just a cosmetic thing. It actually affects gameplay in a big way. Are there physical illusions summons with glamour? Yes, loads. That's where all the air illusion stuff has moved over to. Ross V saying it's interesting because until you actually start a game, it looks pretty similar to 5. We can see where all the development time went. Right, so I said this to Lucid the other day. When I got my copy, I saw that start screen. I laughed out loud because I was like, yes, it's exactly the fucking same. I was like, that's what I wanted. Like, it's good old Dominions. Because it was like almost the same kind of like splash screen, except it just said Dominion 6 with the new title. And I was so excited. I don't think most people are going to be like that. Unexpected events has occurred in Muspelheim. Oh, a witch was caught. She's cursed us with misfortune and a little bit of magic. Okay, that's actually going to help us with our research. Let's have a look. What if you die and get Feeble Mind? Lol. I don't know. Feeble Mind's always fun though, isn't it? I remember the first time I ever played Dominions 5 properly, and I played with a Becia, and I chose a glyph, you know, like and I gave it Astral Magic, and I tried to use Astral Projection. And I got caught and turned it into a dribbling dribbling lunatic, let's call him that. Midnight Fox, what is that white cliff in the background? Was that on the battle screen? I'm not sure, sorry. Dark Side Cookies, local freeway. Cliff Legit looks quite strange. Oh yeah, I'm not sure there. I wasn't paying attention. So I'm not always the most attentive of people when it comes to stuff like that, I'm afraid. So I hyper focus on things. Okay, so we've actually got a piece of land. This is not bad actually. Population 8,000 for early age isn't bad. But for those of you who play late age, you'll realise that the population is so big now in late age, and the income, that you are swimming in gold. You get so much gold, and you need it. You need it. Okay, what else we got here? Oh, did I forget to recruit anything that turn? Start getting a couple of Mooseful guys. There we are. Mooseful Giants. Did we lose anything in that battle? I don't think we did. We probably got some limps. Giants like to pick up limps in this game. We've also got 80 units here. That might be a little bit rough as well. Let's just keep building these guys up. I think we're actually gonna, for barbarians, we want repel. Yeah, again, you know, you don't want to be wasting your holy points, guys. Don't take this as, don't go play a multiplayer game with these tactics. Whatever you do. RG, did the cost of infrastructure increase? Yes. Automatic PD1, yes. So look, you always get one province defense. But always, which is great. So you don't have to worry about that. Obviously, though, you can still kind of go through here and just check how your PD are doing. One province defense is not going to help much. Did the cost of infrastructure increase? Yes. Castles are now very expensive. So if we just go to construct building, look, Giant Palisade is now 1,000 gold, takes 5 months. Temples are 600. Everything costs more. And that actually makes early age play differently too now. So the game is very big now. Interesting. Yes. It's just bigger and better. It plays a lot smoother. We've still not gone through all the UI stuff. We'll take a look at that shortly. I don't know if I can take these guys on. Oh, we got diseased here. How did that happen? Turtle Village. We might have a death site here, maybe. I don't see any deaths. I don't see any death scales though. Militias, light infantry, and archers. I'm going to go for that. Let's just try it. And I think that. Yeah, I think we want to get straight in if we've got archers. So again, I won't bother with the javelin attack. I'm just going to get them just going straight in. Let's see if we can take that. There might be a lot more there, and there might be like circle masters or something horrific. Roasty said, I believe Illwinter wanted to increase the scales of the mundane sectors of the game relative to Magic, including the size of armies. Yeah, and so the bigger battle size, excuse me, the bigger battle sizes, basically, and the more fine control you have over them means that there's going to be more fun in, like for example, you now have got more space, right, to be able to set up tactical plays. So you might want to overload you might want to overload a flank, or you know, do some very specific sets of buffs on a set of units on one side. Or oh yeah, flying units have had a change now. They don't waddle, like you can get them to attack on foot or by flying. So that was a much needed change. Gripper for life. Everything costs more. Ah shit, inflation has hit Dominions as well. Sure has. I hope that doesn't include the price of the game. I don't know how much it's going to be. Let's get these guys going in. Alright. Let's see if we... oh, okay. Research alteration complete. Let's see what happens here. Oh, wow. That's a lot of guys. Let's see what we can do here. And we should have thrown our javelins maybe now I think about it. Let's just speed up. These guys are going to wreck us, I think. There's so many of them. Whether the Mooseful Yards will start to setting these guys on fire, look, because the heat aura around them. Oh, they're running. Okay, so the light infantry are running, the militia are now running. Okay, looks like we've done it. Just got to get. Hopefully, we don't lose too many people going into those archers. Yikes! Taking some damage. Okay, we got it, I think. There we go, look. All right. Yeah, we lost a Muspelheim. Okay, so I judged that one fairly well. Population 2,000. Wow, that is big. Okay. I don't think I've ever seen a population like that in early age before. I think usually about 15,000 is about the maximum I've seen. I might be wrong there. I might be just misremembering it. Let's get this guy preaching. Yeah, we want to get a fort up here immediately. However, money's a little bit tight. We also need to get... Let's get a Muspelheim. The Goda... Yeah, the Goda doesn't have such good leadership. He's got magic pass. So this is one thing that's kind of nice. Now that you get the priest, the Muspelheim priest has actually got magic paths. So that makes him interesting. Pen goes, I need to go. Thanks for streaming battle mode. Hey, see you later, Pen. Go. Take care, man. Your opponent has cast Pandemic. You can print more gold, but scouts will cost 50% more. I'm not going to make any comment on that. Last Shogun says, I like the focus on mundane fighting too, being primarily an Ulm player. Magic is for dweebs who don't have black steel. Oh, come on, man. You must use that shotgun spell that middle-aged Ulm have. I know you do. Don't try and tell me you don't. Let's get a hearse, and I think we'll get... I don't know if you noticed that we don't get scouts here. I just noticed that. So in Muspelheim we don't have any scouts. That's kind of interesting. 2, 3, 4. Let's just get a couple of the giants as well. Because the giants are what we want. Okay. We've got a Death 2 mage. Imperialis, really liking the new soundtrack. I mean, at least as far as Illwinter background music goes. No, I'm sorry. There is a new soundtrack, but I've not put it on. And there's 2 reasons. One is because I don't know if it's going to... Like with the last game, it used to flag up on YouTube. So so that was the problem. The other thing is that... this is a... I should have said this at the start, but this is a pre-release version. And there's one little glitch that I found in it. The game is remarkably bug-free, by the way. I've not found any bugs. The only one little glitch I found in it is after the battle music comes on, sometimes the soundtrack doesn't restart. So I thought that might be a little annoying. So with those 2 reasons, I actually put some Conquest of Elysium music. In fact, this is Adrian von Ziegler, who I must remember to credit, by the way, when I put this up. Okay, let's carry on. So, yeah, let's just keep going. Muspelheim is doing nothing. Let's have him patrolling. Rosvi is saying, I guess yachts and scouts are from the non-cap forts. Yes. Okay. A magnificent statue was raised in the honour of battle mode. Yes. I wish this happened in real life. I'd love that. Dominion +4, order +1. Excellent. Oh, we got a lucky event here too. Oh well, sloth +3, but in Terrace Peaks +1 growth, +1 luck, tax -100. Now this is not a good event. Patrolling troops in Golfalas have killed 6 filthy brigands and troublemakers. Okay, so we got a bit of a bad roll there. Let's just get some PD on this. Where are we going next? Oh, we found Abyssia already. Okay, we are well kitted out to kill Abyssia, I think. Although burning ones kind of hurt. Otis, no scouts, but they have good scrying. Hold on a minute. Did I miss that? No, but yes, because they've got Astral and Glamour and yeah, they've got loads of stuff for scrying, particularly with Astral. Okay, can't afford. Yeah, I want to get another army up, so I can't really afford a fort yet. So yeah, the game meta has kind of changed, guys, because of the way that the way that money works. I'm sure that you guys are going to figure out a way to min-max the hell out of it. Okay. Wait a minute. Are these healed? I'm sure we had some injuries. Maybe I lost them in that battle. Yeah, the tab key's working. Oh no, I was looking at the wrong province. What an idiot. There we go, look. That's because I was looking at Muspelheim. Where do we want to go next? 90 Lion Tribe. Or 140 Wolf Tribe. That's a bit much for us. I think what we're going to do is we're going to bring these two in this way. That way... Yeah, let's see what we've got here. Now here, we do not want to be running in. We want the barbarians to try and wear themselves out a little bit. Muscle giants kind of want to stay well away from barbs, to be honest. These house guards can... Yeah, these want to be in line formation now. Yeah, something like that. I think we'll have it like this. Always makes me a little bit kind of wary going into barbarians like that. Let's just see what spells we've got here. Again, not a whole lot. I don't know if bringing mages in is actually going to be a good idea here, because if we do lose our army, then we're going to lose a bunch of mages as well, which we don't want. But I think we do need to kind of open this up. This guy could come back. If we've got a decent front line, we could take these long dead out with the last priests. One thing that Niflheim and Muspelheim seem to have is a lot of priests. Rosvi is saying, I've got to go. Thanks for the stream, and I can't wait to get my hands on the game myself. Hey, nice one, man. Thanks for coming and checking the stream out. I really appreciate it. Dr. Quacksalver says, remember to change script. Whoa, are we here? Okay. Thank you. Ah, yes. This is what happens when I play too quickly. Any of my long-suffering Conquest of Elysium fans will know that I am really bad. Like, I don't like to say stuff like this because I don't know if it's true, but I do have some kind of ADHD-ish symptoms where I just kind of, and also I think streaming as well doesn't really help, but like I'm like, oh, I need to do that, and then 5 seconds later I've completely forgotten it. Yeah, thanks, Kale. I've got that. Thank you. Okay, here we go. Right, next turn. Research and alterations complete. There's a battle in the mountains of madness. Let's go. So this is gonna be fun. That's a lot of barbarians. Let's see how we go. Really, we probably could have done with Sermon and Courage here. I probably should have brought my Prophet in, but let's see how this works. Remember that when these guys throw a javelin, that hits for 21 damage, man. That is like throwing an express train at you. So we're gonna see some barbs go down if they actually hit. Oh, now the giants have gone forwards. Look, bad scripting on my part. Oh, those barbarians are going to tear those guys to pieces. These guys need to get in quick, otherwise we're going to lose a lot of Muspel giants. Oh, now the leader's gone. And look, you'll see that these guys are getting... Hang on, the ones in the heat should be getting more encumbrance. Let's show... I think so. I thought that heat infected encumbrance anyway. All right, so we just picked up a limp on one of our Muspel giants. Look, because he just got whacked by Conan. Dr. Quacksalver says that's what happens when I try to play single player too, just slamming in turns and forget to change scripts all the time. Yeah, I think that, like, as some general advice to how to approach single player games like this, just play slowly if you've got the time to, because I think the faster you play, the more likely you are to kind of lose your connection with the game, if nothing else. The Grand Wombat says, yeah, it's way easier for me to remember all the details in a multiplayer game. I think, yeah, I agree, and I think the reason why multiplayer you're less likely to make mistakes is because the stakes are higher. Leibniz says, love that the unit stats have icons now. Yeah, right, so they've got icons, they're much easier to see. You still need, like, you still have to click on stuff, but honestly, I don't see how you could get, I mean, I don't mind menu diving, and I think that a lot of this stuff is, you know, it would be an eyesore if it was all on one page, right? But there are, you know, so for new players, I don't know if Ilana's still watching, for anyone who's new, like, you are not going to know, right, that if you want to find patrolling, that you come into, you know, your patrol strength, you go into precision. Like, that's just not intuitive. So there is some stuff in Dominions that just, unfortunately, you do either have to read the manual or really, you know, go into the UI and look for stuff, right? And it's really important, and just make sure you check the this screen so you can look at all the hotkeys. Dr. Quacksalver says, stakes are higher, tempo is forced to be slow. You can go over your turns a couple of times if you like that. Yeah, absolutely. I still make mistakes in multiplayer though. Okay, right, we didn't do badly there, did we? Let's get these guys. Let's get these guys to 1 force. I think. Yes, I think we should get these guys to 1 force. Bring them with the more experienced unit. Can we get him? Yes. Okay, so let's get Lodgrimmer here, and we're going to try and take out these. Oh, this is going to be a crappy province, and we are going to get a whole bunch of afflictions probably. But let's see how this works. We don't want the same issue again with these guys. With the giants going in on their own. Should we bring them in a line? Yeah, I think the line's small enough that, mind you, we've got divine. Yeah, we've got divine blessings. That's okay. By the way, the AI combat scripting is better. Is it going to be good enough for to satisfy multiplayer? I don't know, but it's way better. Like, so you know when you get the arena and you get the one-on-one combat between the AI, those are really good fun now because the AI uses better spells. It uses some interesting spells too. Are they efficient? Don't know, but it's definitely fun. Kale's saying with multiplayer, you're also taking 1 turn per day, so spending 20 minutes to get out all your position, to plot out all your positions and such is normal. 20 minutes a turn in single player is about 18 minutes longer than mine. Yeah, I agree. I don't know. I can play this quite slow sometimes. Let's get Tatsi here back. I think we're going to move him over here, and we're going to get next turn. What we're going to do is we're going to build up a fort. I think we want to start getting some more. What turn are we on? We're on turn 7. So we are expecting the pretenders to come out soon. I think we want some more. Start getting some muscle giants then. Let's get one of these. Oh no. She's expensive. Yeah, we've actually got much more in the way of resources and recruitment points now. Excuse me. Okay. Let's make sure we've got this right. Yeah, I want these guys taking the. I don't know. Are these piercing damage? Yeah, of course they are. This is not going to do anything against Long Dead, is it? Or very, very little. Still, I do want to clear that, and I'm kind of hoping what I might do actually, rather than sending this guy back, is let's send him in, and we'll have him casting spells as well. And I'm going to trust the AI to get the right spells here. It will just start blasting undead. Let's get Sermon of Courage up, and then Heavenly Fire. It's going to be Holy Avenger, I think. Nope, that's not the one. It's got to be Ashes to Ashes. Of course it is. Area effect 4 plus 1 for extra level the caster is. Yeah, they should cast Ashes to Ashes automatically. Sutner says, I'm still kind of annoyed that upkeep is listed under morale, but I can't really think of a better place for it. Yeah, I hear you, man. It is a bit of an unintuitive place to put it. I think that is this UI right? Along with Dominions has got bad AI, right, and it sucks as a single player game. The other thing that I see people saying a lot is that Dominions has got a crappy user interface. I don't agree, but I'm not going to argue with people too hard on it because I'll be honest with you, I grew up in the ZX Spectrum days, so I get used to whatever UI I've got to get used to. There's very, very few gaming UIs that I can't play. There's only Titans of Steel, I think, was the only one that I ever gave up on. That's pretty bad. And I think even that I just probably gave up too early. I think the UI in this game is great because of all the hotkeys. So once you learn the hotkeys, man, you can play this game super fast. It's had a bit of a visual upgrade, so I'm hoping that that the way that at least this little upgrade that the game has had with regards to the user interface is going to be enough to bring some more people on. Kind of what we need as far as the community is concerned is just to, just kind of encourage people to try the game. Mormon Gill, hey man, I keep wanting to get back into Dominions. Yeah, you should do. It's always great, and this one's better. Marlo, hey man, I'm late. How long have we been going? Yeah, about an hour. About an hour, I think. And it's mostly been an hour of me talking, as usual. Okay, guys, let's go. Active researchers. Right, it looks like we've got into alteration. So I went for Alt 2. Yeah, we got blur. I want group blur, I think. Let's get rid of the glamour and just see what else we've got here. Yeah, there's not so much for us in evocation at the start, although we are fire and air, so we definitely want to go into evocation eventually. And as you saw, we've got some pretty cool stuff that we can do with glamour in evocation too. Fandango Tango says, combat mission is the limit for me. I just can't get into those games. Terrible UI that has awful responsiveness across the board. I like combat mission a lot, but I agree with you about the user interface. It's old and it's really hard to use. Dominions is responsive at least. Yes, it's not the best looking UI. Like, at the risk of offending people, I think a lot of the complaints we get about user interface in 4X games often comes because so many games now are taking on that, are using the same template. And so if it's not using that same template that you're used to from Stellaris and Endless Legend and the later Civ games, then people kind of complain and they're like, oh, it's right click select, what's all that about? It's like, yeah, that was actually a thing in the 90s. I remember. Marlo's saying, oh look, I'm in time for the good part. Yeah, you've missed me waffling. Well, a little bit of me waffling. Let's get see what we've got in enchantment. Yeah, there's like glamour, by the way, has got stuff right across the board, if I remember right. Like glamour's a really good path. I think obviously because it's the new one, but yeah, they've done a fair amount with glamour. We were always going to want enchantment because we were going to want skelly spam. I think we're going to go a bit further into alteration. Oh, here's another one. Construction's changed, look. So you don't get any construction and magic trinkets until level 1 now. So everything's been set back. So level 2 is your, the spells, the rituals and spells. And then level 3 is your first kind of proper lesser magic items. Lazaria, question. Are these changes enough to warrant a new game versus an expansion, DLC, or big patch? I think that's really, really hard for me to answer because I don't know what value you put on video gaming, okay? And like, so for me, I don't know how much this is going to be, but remember that, okay, so I will say that Illwinter, they are reliable at constantly updating the games. They will still put out updates for like Conquest Elysium 4 and Dominions 4 and stuff occasionally. And they don't sell DLC, so they will. Like, for example, with Dominions, we saw some big content updates that came in like years after the game was released. So you can expect new nations to come in. So are the existing, if like, let's say if you're a casual player and you play Dominions like once in a blue moon, or you're going to buy the game and it's going to sit on your shelf and you don't play it, absolutely do not buy Dominion 6, okay? But if you like Dominions and you think that Dominions is, like if you enjoyed Dominions 5, I think it's well worth the upgrade because the game is way better now, in my opinion, especially with the AI changes. Like the AI changes are the icing on the cake, man. Honestly, they really are. Let me just make sure I've got my recruitment in. Yeah, we're done. Dave Flute, is there a game save or is it still Iron Man? No, it's still Iron Man. I know, okay, so here's, like, Daz Tactic did an intro video and I watched it the other day, and the only, like, it's a great intro, by the way. Daz's videos are always excellent for new players. One thing I did not like about it was that he kind of made, the first thing he went to was like, oh, here's how to, if you want to reload your save, here's how to do it. And he kind of then went into the, you got to save your game file in the game settings. And I don't think that's a great intro for people. I don't think you should be relying on save scumming. Now, I know Daz loves to learn like that, and I do as well. Like, I'm a big save scummer as well. But I would strongly advise you don't do that with Dominions when you first start to play. There's a much better way of learning, and that is to put the game on easy, so that put the AI on defensive. And so if you put the AI on defensive, you've got all the room in the world to just play as you want, and the AI won't really bother you. And so yes, you can't reload saves to get better results from battles, but and Daz's technique that he showed you is really good for learning how to do that. I think for new players it's not good advice, because I think they're going to take one look at that and go, oh god, this game fucking sucks, because there's no saves on it and it's Iron Man. And I thought that was I don't think Daz realised that. I personally thought as a way to introduce new players, I really think I don't think that was the best way of approaching it. However, I do applaud him showing people how to do it. It is important, because anybody who's played multiplayer will tell you that it's really important to be able to keep reloading saves, like when you want to practice stuff, okay? Because but then, you know, using the debug mod and Dad's Own Arena map, that's a better way of doing it. Anyway, let's have a look at the battle. But yeah, like, so don't worry about that there's no saves coming. It's just not a big thing, in my opinion. And I think that I kind of wish Daz hadn't focused on that, because I really feel that it didn't put the game's best foot forwards, you know, in the very first 5 minutes of his video. That said, other than that, it was an excellent video. Good look at the state of all these long dead. Okay, the Muspel Giants have charged in. Oh, they're igniting everything around them. Oh no, that's partly because of the holy ashes to ashes look. Yeah, we've got this, guys. We got it. Banish. Back to the underworld with you. There's still a part of me, you know, when I play this and I see the undead, it just makes me think of Army of Darkness for some reason with Bruce Campbell. I can't remember what it was that made me think of that the other day, but I was playing it and I was like, I think it was I had a white mage or something, and I was laughing just for thinking about Bruce Campbell in Evil Dead and Army of Darkness. Okay, Fandango Tango says excellent post-release support to say the least. Yeah, they do. Maud McGill says, well, Illwinter marketing has always been no DLC, incremental updates. Yeah, I think that to answer your question in short form, yes, I think it's well worth the upgrade if you're going to pay for it. If you're going to play the game, yeah, it's worth it. In the same way that Conquest of Elysium 4 was 5 was a massive upgrade over the previous game, I think this is a big upgrade. Gripper for Life says no save scumming built in is a little sad. It's such a hallmark of testing. Yeah, it is. I think that. Yeah, I don't know. Like that's a design decision for Illwinter. I'm not going to comment on it. I don't really. Yeah, look at this. We didn't even lose a single unit here, so that wasn't bad. We've got a famous hero, Gizzle. Gizzle has a silly name. So actually, I might be offending any Swedish people here or anybody who's from Nordic origin. If your name is Gizzle, I'm sorry. Please do not be offended. But yeah, to me, I can't change his name now. Sotner says, any changes to Disciples mode? I don't know. I'm sorry, I haven't looked. I can, if you want me to. JB, I've been asking for save mode for 17 years. Yeah, I don't think they're going to do it. You should live with your choices. Dominion series has a 90s nostalgic feel. Yeah, I love it. Not everyone does. Not everyone loves it. I still get people saying, have they improved the animations or the graphics? Like I've been waiting for 3D graphics in Dominion, and it's like, you're never gonna get that, dude. At least not unless there's some like Illwinter figure out some crazy AI tool for, or maybe if Christopher casts Twiceborn on himself. Marlo, enjoying the new music. Yeah, no, this is not music for. I'm sorry, this music is not for. Oh crap. Let me put Adrian's music back on. This is not Dominion's music, guys. This is Adrian von Ziegler, the guy who does the music for Conquest of Elysium. I've already explained a few times why I'm playing it. It's because there's a little bit of a glitch with the music at the moment, so it doesn't loop after the battle. Libnit says Gizzle is not a common name contemporarily in any Nordic country, as far as I know. And Sweden, never heard of it. Okay, sorry, man. Fair enough. The Last Shogun says, I mean, I love Dominions, but I'm utterly garbage at it. Yes, me too. It doesn't matter though. It's so fun to play. Like, it's just really, really good fun. You don't need to be really good at Dominions. It's not that difficult, especially if you don't boot. You know, if you drop your ego and just play it on normal, like it's quite playable. Like, by the way, though, the AI is pretty good now. Like, I was playing this as Muspelheim again on a single player game yesterday. And I started next to Ulm, and I was like, right, Ulm are really, really good against giants. But, you know, I had Ore and Fire Shield on my giants. So I ran at Ulm, and Ulm actually fought me off. And bearing in mind, I'm not a bad player. Like, I'm not great, but I'm not bad. And Ulm beat me in a few battles, and then they used Snow Move to get right into Muspelheim in like a couple of turns, and they took me by surprise. And the AI hit me with an army that was well balanced. It had enough mage support. It was like also thematic for a single player, because this is one thing people don't realize about AI. You've got AI that's good for multiplayer, you know, like whatever, and then you've got AI that's, you know, competent, like difficult, and then you've got AI that actually feels like you're fighting against a real army. And it didn't used to do that, because it used to build loads of shitty indie troops, and that sucked for kind of like, you know, the difficulty, and it sucked for immersion. Now the AI is way better at putting together forces that look like a real army, and they play loads better too. So that is a really, really big thing. Wojak, how's it going, man? I've never seen any gizzle in Bergen. Yes, I'm sure you haven't. You got to go outside though, Wojak. That's why, man. You sitting in your basement masturbating all day. You're never ever going to meet any girls. Sorry. Mom McGill, I agree. 3D would ruin Dominions. Yeah, it's not that. It's just it's never going to happen. I like it like this. Like I agree. I don't think 3D games work on the imagination anywhere near as these do, as good as 2D games. Marla says, okay, Conquest of Elysium is where I recognise the musical star from them. Yeah, it's Adrian von Ziegler. The Last Shogun. I mean, in single player it's fun, but I want to play with other people sometimes, and in multiplayer you kind of have to be really good. No. Okay, so yeah, you do if you're playing competitively, yes. But if you find yourself a group of people who just like playing for fun, then you can kind of play it like people play Conquest of Elysium, where it's not like it's going to be competitive, but also you play with a group of people that are having fun, right? So yeah, you're right, but it's about who you play with. Like if you jump on Lucid's server and ask for a game with people, yeah, they're generally going to be people who want to win, and you know, like but if you go somewhere like Dominion's Immersion and play a newbie game there. Sorry, I don't know what your skill level is, so I'm not assuming, by the way, but just say, like, you know, anybody who wants to get their feet wet in multiplayer, either get a game together with a couple of buddies, find one of the smaller servers, or go to Immersion and tell people that you want a relaxed game, and you'll find someone, I guarantee it. JB, what's your feelings about the battlefield unit numbers being increased? Do important units get lost in the chaos? No. Because you've got slightly less of the... you generally, at least, have slightly less of the mages, I believe. Anyway, let me carry on playing just for a minute, so I'm not just talking all the time. Okay, you can go back here now. Sorry, guys. Look at my control system. Let's go and grab these. We got way too many units here. We could probably be expanding a little bit more efficiently now, I reckon. Yeah, actually, with that being said, let's split these guys up. Is this a terrible idea? It might be. I might live to regret this. But I think we'll be okay. Let's get you going in there. Yeah, I think that looks kind of good. Yeah, so you've got loads more space, basically. So because you've got loads more space, there's much more space for tactical nuance. So I think multiplayer gamers are going to enjoy the early and mid game much more than they did. Herr Franklicious says, I can't wait to build the greatest army I can field, only to be stack wipes. Love this series. Yeah, I know. I hear you, man. I know what it's like. Okay, let's get... I think we're going to move this guy back down this way. We are going to recruit a... Now, what the nice thing about these guys is these are... Maybe a Muspelheim. So if we get the hearse out, this guy will actually be able to... We'll move him over here, and we'll use him to put up the temple and the temple and the lab. I think we can recruit... we'll just recruit an indie mage here, actually. Okay, looks like this is the top of the map. We haven't met Abysia down there. One thing, the AI, if you put in more province defense, the AI is less likely to attack you. That's one little hint in single player. Kevin Zhang says, Impossible AI still 100 PD in every province, but they won't launch attack on your province if you have like 40 PD. I don't know. I've not tested it on Impossible, to be honest with you. What I've found so far is the AI. I've just been testing it on normal because that's what most players are going to play it on. The AI is much improved. I think so, but you ought to go and talk to also Daz Tactic and Lucid and anyone in the beta testing group as well, because they'll be able to give you a better analysis of that. I've only had the game since Monday. Jemison says, ha ha ha, that escalated quickly. Yeah, so I'll just Wojak's a friend of mine. Suspicious Wizard, meeting single Muspel giants in your area. Battle mode, you have a point. Maybe if I leave my command bunker in the middle of nowhere, I might meet one. That's it, right? Yeah. Get out and stop taking your swords out when you go out, man. You're going to scare women away with like. So my friend, he likes doing. He plays with. Sorry, he does well sparring with real medieval weapons. Actually, my missus loves that. Like, it's one of her fantasies for me to get dressed up in medieval armor. She loves it. Casper Langenlund Jakobsen. Do we know how much the game will cost? I'm sorry, Casper, I don't know yet. I don't know. It won't be expensive. Dominions is not overpriced. I think providing that you actually play it, it will be worth the upgrade cost if you've already got the previous games. And if you haven't got into Dominions before, I really, really think you should get it. Ropeman, can you show off some new items? Yes. One thing I've got to stop doing is talking so I can play a little bit. Wojak Ham or Space Nice. Carboma. How does the heat work? Every giant, but Cap only needs cold scales. How to balance that? Yes. Yes. This is the thing with Muspelheim that I find fascinating. Oops. Okay, here we go. Let's just speed this battle up. So we've got the house girls on the front line. And we've got a couple of giants. I think we've got enough here to do this. Oh, look. Okay, so by the way, if you don't script them to specifically attack a group, they will attack a random group. I don't know if that's... I don't remember that being the case in Dominions. I thought they tended to attack the closest. So you've got to be a little bit careful with your scripting. Here we go. Let's just speed this up. I think we're going to wreck these guys. Because Jotuns, like these dudes, do not like being in the cold. I don't see any... I don't know if this is just not showing, or what. Maybe I'm misremembering. I was pretty sure that cold used to give them more encumbrance. I might be thinking about heat. I might be getting it mistaken. Okay, these heavy infantry are going to do better against our Jotuns. But every time we hit one of those guys, we pin them to the ground with a giant spear. Wojak, I have a question. Pantokrator has risen yet and want to buy milk? I don't know, man. Dr. Quacksalver. Heat cold aura directly adds fatigue in 5. Yeah, I think it does. Carbon. I'm an Abyssio lover, so fire giants got my eye, but surprised by their description. Right, so let's have a quick look at that. You'll see here that we've got Heat 3 in Muspelheim itself. And we're in winter, early winter. We haven't got much Dominion because I've not been spreading much Dominion out. But I've got Cold 1 in my Dominion. Where are we? Ah, it's actually Heat 0. Wait a minute. Okay, sorry, that's just showing the individual area. We need to look at a temple. View bless effects. No, that's not what I'm looking for. Okay. Nope. Which one is it? Sorry, folks, I'm floundering around. It's F4. Yeah, this is not telling us what our cold limit is. I'm pretty sure I said it's cold 1. Or did I say it's a neutral? Anyway, you've got a bit of a dichotomy because you can only build in Muspelheim itself. You can only build the Muspel units. These guys aren't affected by cold, but the giants do have heat power, which means they fight at a reduced effectiveness in cold. So they're not great in cold. However, they're not terrible either, as you've just seen. They do have a reduction to their attack. Look, so our base attack skill is 13, -2 for the cold, and we get an experience bonus. So they're still pretty good. They get a strength, but they get weaker in cold. Basically, it'll be the same with the Muspel Jarls. And so. I think what really you want to be doing is you either pick cold or hot, right? And then because outside of Muspelheim, you can only recruit the usual Jotuns, and they are not going to do so well in heat. So this is an interesting dichotomy. I think this is it's an interesting design decision that's probably made to balance out their crazy. For a start, their units are really good. With the usual complaints that giants have in that they don't get great attack density. But these guys are monstrous, like ridiculous units, especially with heat power. I mean, it's 27 strength and, 63 hit points, and they've got 18 protection, and they're sacred, right? So they're ridiculously strong. They need some kind of weakness. So I think the Muspelheim, also the path diversity is just bonkers as well. Dr. Quacksalver says, I don't think you have enough scales to add encumbrance. Oh, maybe that might be it then. Stummerata says, as 23 says, what's that about pinning units? No, I wasn't talking about a game mechanic. I was just I was like overstating how strong the attacks are. Wojak says, Huskal is a funny name. It means houseman. Yeah. Or it is a man that fights for your house. But I need to read more on Muspel since you are playing its house. Yeah, I only know that because Huskal. Yeah, it's like Housecarl, I think, but I don't want to mangle a foreign language because I'm really, really bad at foreign languages. Apart from a little bit of Japanese, I can't speak, and a little bit of French. Can't really speak anything other than English. Okay, let's go into this province here, I think. Oh, this is another high population province, look. Oh, we got lucky there too. Let us get... Oh, I'm going to build a scout here, look. Oh, that's nice, so we can get scouts up. Let's send these guys up this way. We get back that way. Yeah, we can. So if we actually go... Let's go out this way. 60 units. I think we'll be okay. Like, we've only got cold 1 there. And we are... Oh no, it's going into winter, so it might get colder. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how we go with that battle. We should be okay. There might be quite a lot of units there, but I think we'll be alright. We've got another big army here, Tatsia. So let's get these guys... they can move out over here. Sacred units, by the way... Oh, sorry, I'm talking rubbish. Never mind. Carbomath. Thanks for showing. It seems like Muspelheim will require some big thinking. Yeah, so I think this is a really interesting tactical puzzle because it's like... Maybe you go deep into cold, but then you just use the Muspelheim units themselves to attack into enemy dominion and take what you need. And here's the other thing that you could do, right? Just thinking off the top, kind of like off the top of my head. Where are we? I forget which one it is. It's F4. There we are. So just thinking off the top of my head, right? Because these guys don't want cold. They're not. These guys are affected by cold, but the rest of they're not really badly affected by cold. They just don't have the same resistances and stuff. Now, you might want it so that you go really, 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 really deep into cold, and you don't worry about these so much. Or you could go with a very low Dominion scale, so you could have like Dominion 1 or 2. That makes the game difficult, by the way, but it's an advanced technique you can try. The only problem is with that is that then you're not getting to use these guys, because these now need 2 sacred to recruit. So each Muspel Giant is 2 sacred points to recruit, not 1. I don't think that was the case with the Nephil Giants in Dominions 5. I think they've made these harder to recruit. Because it was so easy just to recruit whole loads of Nephil Giants. Now, you guys might correct me on that. I might be wrong. So you could take a very low Dominion, which doesn't push your Dominion out until you're ready for it. Use the Muspel units to go and stomp around in the cold, in the heat, and then gradually increase the cold so that you can start doing, cast Illwinter or something like that. So that might be a strategy that you might want to come up with. Leibniz says Housecarl, Old Norse Huskal, Old English Huskal, was non-servile manservant or household bodyguard in medieval Northern Europe. Oh, thank you. That's cool. Wojciech saying, okay, hear me out. You are playing House of World Destroyers. I think so. Yeah, that's right. That's what Muspelheim and Niflheim are about. JB, does Muspelheim getting terraforming spells at force heat or cold? Yes. So you get Breath of the Desert. You can still do. You need these guys can cast that. Let's look at that spell quickly. I think it's alteration. Where are we? Maybe it's enchantment. Oops. Or is it conjuration? I can't remember where it is now. Hold on. There we are. Okay, so Fire 3 and Air 1. So we can cast this. No problemo. You will get the Gigia. The Muspel Gigia, I think, can do it. Let me just check. We'll check her. Yeah, Muspel Gigia can do it. She's got a fair chance of getting it, as can the Nephil Jarl. The Muspel Jarl. The Muspel Jarl can cast that every single time. So what that does is it casts. You can heat up the land. So that is something that you can do. It's not that expensive, I don't think. I'm going to just remind myself of how expensive that is. Sorry, where was it? Conjuration. There we go. Evocation. Yeah, it's 5 gems, and you get loads of fire gems. So that's a possibility. Yes, there are loads of spells. The spells have all changed, or there's a lot of changes to the spells. Okay. Stunrat saying, does the nation have Dom 5 Niflheim problem where everything is good but horribly expensive? Yes, a little. But you don't need as many units. You've seen how well I've not been like, what am I on, turn 9? And I've been playing single player style, so I've not really been efficiently expanding. Like, I've got massive, like, you wouldn't do this in multiplayer. You'd split these into 3 probably, but still, you've got plenty of money. The amount of money that you've got is increased in a big way. Let's get a giant palisades up here, by the way, and we'll also start. We'll get the temple. Oh, we can't afford it this turn. In that case, let's get him preaching. Okay, so we've got the one yacht here. Let's bring this dude out. Tatsia, do we need that many units out that way? We don't think we do we? Let's just take half of those. Try and be a little bit more efficient with what I'm doing. It's probably going to be smart. I might actually bring these guys down with the Gorda here. Get him casting spells. Oh, okay, he can't do formation. Of course he can't. He doesn't have high enough command. Carbonite, do they have any cool national, and can they cast Illwinter? Can they cast Illwinter? Good question. Oh, excuse me. It's going to be water, isn't it? I think Illwinter's water spell. I can't remember. What was it? Conjuration? I think it would be thematic if they didn't. Neeful Flames. Well, that's an interesting one. Interesting. Guys, I don't remember what school Illwinter was in, and it doesn't look like it. But, oh, was it Death? Is Illwinter a death spell? I don't remember now. I'd have to look on the wiki. I don't remember, to be honest. It looks like no, they can't cast Illwinter, which I think is probably thematic for them. Oh, is it a blood spell? Yeah, of course. All right. No, they can't cast Illwinter by the looks of it. Yeah, I think that makes sense. They're a fire nation, really. So, I guess thematically, the Jotuns are kind of helping them. They've subjugated the Jotuns. So the Jotuns aren't really their main. Like the theme is that the Scrati are gone, and the Gigya are. They're kind of in decline. They've been removed by the Muspel Gigya, the Muspel Dotir. Illwinter's blood. Thanks, guys. Yeah, I remember now. Yeah, Muspelheim seems to be a land of fire giants, says Wozak. Yeah, you're right. Okay. Illsummer. Yeah, maybe Illsummer will be the new spell that they'll come out with. Okay, let's play. The nation doesn't have much blood in general, it seems. Gigya only. Let me just check that. I think that might be true. There's a battle in Berman Heights. Let's go. Okay, what do we got here? Oh, yeah. This is just... Oh, hang on. We've got mages. Oh, we've got a cloud mage. He's only got 1 gem, so I don't think we're going to get wrecked by air elementals. Let's see how this goes. Just slow it down just a touch. There we go, look. Big javelins. And big stompy giants with flaming beards and screaming. You gotta love it, man. That's interesting. We actually hit them on the side of their formation. The other guys ran off right down to attack the commanders. That probably worked to our advantage. Okay. Oh, we lost a Muspel Huskar, but that's okay. There's a battle in Red Waste. Stumrata is that effect beyond the sea to the north void terrain, by the way? I don't know. It might just be like a background. I don't know. Bear in mind that there are. This is a pre-release version. There's probably going to be there'll be another version before the game's released. So there might be a few little bits and little glitches here and there. I haven't found anything apart from the little issue with the music not cycling. Kind of reminds me of how in Conquest of Elysium you can walk into it through the ocean. Oh, sorry, I see. So we got 15 defense in Muspelheim. Oh, sorry, I see what you mean. No, this is not Void. This is Fog of War. So the game's now changed so that you can actually have a fog of war and you have to explore. This is way better for single players, by the way. For those who want to have a random map and they don't know what's going to come, this is like so much better than Dominions 5. Wojciech's talking about wielding dual swords against long swords. Okay. Jameson says, is it me or does the map look crisper and better generated? It might be. It might be. They've done a lot of work on the map generation, I think. Golemokrator. I was kind of expecting some Search Summoning Awakening National Ritual from Muspelheim. Is there nothing like that? Or Sutta? Is that Sutta Summoning? I don't know what their national spells are. Let me just have a look. Okay, so they got the Awakened Jotun Drago, and Brood of Garm. They were from. They got the Dwarf of the Four Directions. I think Niflheim had that one too. It looks like they've just got Niflheim stuff at the moment. I might be wrong. I don't know if there's other. There's other spells. They don't seem to have a whole lot of national spells actually. No, I don't see many. I'll just go through enchantment. I think I did. Oh, hold on. We've got the Seath Curse. That's also one that, yeah, it doesn't look like they've got a whole lot of national spells. That might be something they add later. I mean, Illwinter tend to do that with their new nations. They tend to polish them up as things go. Let's get another giant palisades up here, I think. So we've got a second palisades going up. Gizel here is going to. Yeah, we've got heavy infantry and slingers. I don't think the slingers are going to hurt us there. I think we can probably stay with the same formation. Oh, also we do want to be increasing our. There we are. Look, just getting some province defense in there because events can take your stuff out. Sumrata is Glosso is a Jotunheim spell at least. Golemokrator is it's like their god or something. Okay. So that differentiates from Niflheim a little bit. I sometimes wish we could get a COE style game with Dominion's bigger scriptable combat. Ooh. Interesting. Now, I'm not sure I agree. I think that Conquest of Elysium is amazing in that you can't script it, but yet this combat is still incredibly fun because the limitations that you have mean that you've got to get creative and you really know the game mechanics. So yeah, I don't know if I agree there, but I'd be interested to see what. I mean, I don't know. It depends on what they would add. I don't know what they could add to Conquest of Elysium. The other thing is that there's a load of combat in it. So, mind you, there's a lot of combat in Dominions, and we manage with that. But Conquest of Elysium is supposed to be a faster to play game. That's how they sell it, as you know, this game is quick to play. Let's get him searching for magic sites. Can we go for a few turns without recruitment? I don't think we really should we? Maybe we just go with. Let's get that guy hiding for the time being, and instead we'll put up. Yeah, I think we put up a temple first, and we'll put up a lab. Sorry, guys, I'm being a bit dense, and let's get some. We need to get some more magic, and I think I will go with some more of these guys. We'll be able to get some of the more standard Jotun units soon. We just check on. So, Golemokrator says there's nothing like that. Thanks for checking. Okay. Leibniz says, Jameson, they've definitely improved the map gen visuals, at least the water. Yeah, I think it does look different. Conquest of Elysium also had 5 had a big upgrade over 4. So they do like to polish this stuff. That's why it bugs me when people say that the graphics are bad. Like they're low-fi, but I don't think they're bad. Actually, the amount of effort that's gone into the graphics on Conquest of Elysium with regards to all these different units is really, really insane. Like there's so many of them. I do understand why some people just don't get on with it though. Okay, so what is that saying? Fun fact: whenever saying Muspelheim, you can replace all giants with Jotun, since that's the word for giant. Okay, I didn't know that. Leibniz says Jartersheim would probably be more modern Swedish for home of giants. I don't know if the Icelanders still use the word Jotun, but it's still probable. But it is probable. Okay. Sumrata, can you show some of the new glamour spells? Yes, sure. Okay, so there's loads of them. My friend was worried because he plays Calum that them. Excuse me, guys. Sorry, I'm still a bit sick. He was worried that the air spells might have been drastically reduced, and they're not. So air has got a load new spells in. Let me actually, I'll quickly show you some of the air spells, because some of the air spells are great. Here's one. Lacerating Winds. The caster makes the very winds themselves attack his enemies by hardening and sharpening the air itself. This causes slash damage. I think, oh no, it's magic damage. This will slash and bruise unprotected enemies in a large area. So this is really cool. There's another one as well. There's another kind of combat air spell. Sorry, I know this is not glamour, but I wanted to show you this. That's not Shockwave. Stormwind. Creates wind strong enough to knock soldiers prone. Large beings are rarely affected by the spell, and titans and other huge beings will ignore the winds entirely. This just casts stun, and it's got high range. It's got a big area of effect. It's cheap to cast. This is going to be great for Calum, by the way, because this will really, I think Calum, like Kale Immortalis here was a little worried because he thought that Calum, the new focus on national troops and on troops in general might make Calum weaker, because Calum have got kind of bad troops. I don't agree, and I think the reason is because air magic is way better now. So for example, you've got this spell. I mean, anybody can cast this, right? Okay, air too, but Calum can cast that easy, and you can just stun whole blocks of troops now. Okay, let's go back to glamour, because that's what people were asking for. Summon water kobolds. You've got summon cave kobolds. I'm not going to go through these too quick. Sorry, too slow. Conjure phantasmal wolves. So there's a whole bunch of conjuring stuff. I already showed you the spell in evocation where you can project self. So this one, the caster sends a projection of himself. This basically allows you to fight a combat with a mage in a distant realm without him actually being there. So you can cast spells. That's amazing. What an amazing spell. You do need the astral crosspath for that. You got Illusory Army. This sends out Illusory Warriors 20 plus. That's not bad at level 5, by the way, for 1 gem as well. That's really, really cool. You got some cross path stuff here. Look, Dance of Ephemeral Swords. The caster is surrounded by ephemeral dancing swords. The swords are only illusions, but they will attack, harass, and harm enemies unless they perceive the illusions for what they are. Hey, here's another thing that's in Dominion 6. You've got illusory damage, basically false. It's called false damage, I think, or false wounds. And so when you get hit by an illusion, there's a different damage counter now. It's a different color on the map, and once you get over that, then you know, once you lose all your hit points worth of false damage, then you die. But certain spells will make you more resistant to that kind of damage. So I think there was, where are we? Somewhere in here. Oh, it might have been enchantments. So where are we? There was one that reduced the damage. Might be in thaumaturgy. Anyway, there is a spell that reduces the damage taken from glamour spells. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, all the horror stuff's in here now. You've got a big spell called Celestial Rainbow, a global enchantment. The ritual creates a rainbow large enough to be seen from anywhere in the world. The mage can direct where he wants the rainbow to appear, and by doing this, huge amounts of gold can easily be collected at the base of the rainbow. While the rainbow is in place, the luck will increase in all the caster's provinces. I don't know if that's been transported over from one of the from one of the other spell schools. Wailing Winds, by the way, now is a yeah, somebody else pointed this out. This is actually a spell for glamour. Shimmering Fields is as well. So a few of them have just been ported straight over from air magic. We got Invisibility. Look, Army of Shades. The entire army becomes blurred. Okay, so that casts blur on everyone. Blur's a new spell that reduces attack skill. Displace Warriors. It displaces 20 plus troops. Eternal Twilight is a global enchantment. Okay. All provinces get +1 magic scale, and all battles have the Twilight effect. So yeah, Twilight's a new thing in the game. Shadow Warriors. Yeah, that's a group blur as well. So yeah, there's loads of spells. I'm not going to spoil them all for you guys. Like you'll be able to check those out when the game comes. Okay. What's the Dreamwild Demesne ritual? Okay, hold on, let me just check out that one. Where was that one? Yeah. Ah, The caster enchants an entire province with the magic of the dream wild, creating a land of hope and peace free of misery and woe. As long as the enchantment is active, unrest will decrease, and few bad events will disturb the peace. The enchantment is broken if the land is conquered by hostile forces. So yeah, you can see there's Illwinter have really expanded the scope of what they're doing with things like with magic now, even further than they were with Dominions 5. Wailing Winds is for Eru now. Ooh, that's interesting. Okay, let's carry on. What do we got? I think we're done. Let's keep going. Research and alteration 3 is complete. There's a battle in Hallwoods. Let's check this battle out. Okay, what do we got here? Okay, yeah, it was just more of these guys. I think we're probably just going to put this on fast speed so we can just get through some more of these battles kind of quick. Yeah, no sweat there. Unless we get a giant taking an arrow to the eye, I think we're going to be okay. For the record, Demesne is pronounced domain. It also means domain. Okay, that's interesting. I didn't know that. I'm really bad with pronunciation with words I don't know. Kayla Mortalis says, I've always wondered how that was pronounced. Makes sense. Okay, yeah, I didn't know that either. Anything that's like remotely related to Gallic, I cannot do. Like Gallic is the most confusing language for somebody who doesn't speak Gallic because none of the pronunciation is very intuitive for an English speaker. And it's fascinating to me. I think it's an awesome sounding language. I can't read it at all. Okay, so we got another battle here. It looks like it was another rollover. The Last Shogun. It's originally a French word, which is why it's weird. Ah, okay. Domain. Okay, right. I can see how that follows. Actually, domain. Domain. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, okay. Now, when you said it was a French word, that suddenly makes sense. How does diplomacy work? Okay, let's have a look. Have we met anyone yet? Yes, we met Abysia. So we can send Abysia. We can either declare war or we can propose a non-aggression pact. I think there is a difference between you declaring war and attacking and you just attacking. I can't remember exactly what that is now, but I need to look that up. You can let's propose a non-aggression pact. We'll see if they do it. By the way, I've yet to get the AI to do it. I think the AI is only going to do that if they really need to, because you know they're not going to have a non-aggression pact with you if you're likely to win. Dark Side Cookie says those darn Normans. Yeah. The Last Shogun. I mean, we can tell by the fact you pronounce it Gallic and not Gaelic. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Stumerato. Will the auras from Muspel Giants also burn down the shrubbery on those battlefields? Yes, it does. Yep, you'll see that happening. JB, do those rocks and trees on the battlefield do anything like in Conquest of Elysium? Yes, exactly the same. There's spells to make trees and bushes to attack people. They also break up formations, which is, if you've seen Conquest of Elysium, how effective that is, you'll see how it's probably is just as effective in this one as well. Let's get this guy constructing a lab. And how long have we got till the palisade? Okay, 3 months. Okay, let's keep that guy. Actually, I wonder if we should just go out and attack here. 80 units. I reckon we can take those guys out. Yeah, and we'll come back to. We'll actually come back to get the. I might just send. Actually, we've got 3 turns. I reckon Abysia has probably got this here. By the way, the AI is quite good at avoiding dangerous provinces now. So I do wonder if the reason why that's not been taken is because there's something dangerous there. The battlefield objects are quite important. They do seem to make quite a good effect. Hoplites, Ekdromos, and Slingers. Yeah, we should be able to kill those. Yeah, and I think I want to... Actually, let's get those guys moving out that way. He can pick those up and come back around here. This guy can come and... Yeah, he's going to go that way instead. Let's get the giant palisades up there now. And try and get some more... Get some more troops. We've barely lost any troops. Jotuns seems like they do a lot better in Dominions 6 than they did in 5. Darkside Cookie saying, worried about the attack into the hoplites, but also excited. They'll be alright. They'll be okay. We've also got Repel. And we're bigger. But we'll see. I mean, we'll see. We don't have many troops. If we can kill enough of them with javelins. Oops, missed. Okay, Muspel Giants then. Oh wow, they killed 2 of those hoplites just straight off. Okay, those are the Ekdromos, so the hoplites are actually coming in. The Ekdromos are going to run though. They don't have the best morale. Actually, it's probably better than normal indies thinking about it. Okay, those guys have run. This guy's in some trouble. He's going to be getting... Yeah, he's going to get a big harass penalty here. Because he's surrounded. Hopefully his buddies turn up and take the pressure off. To speed this up a little bit. Yeah, look, they're starting to set them on fire as well. They don't like that. Okay, there we go, look. Okay, we know how that one ends. That ends with us winning. Again, Dragon Point. Stumrata, have you tried any free spawn nations yet? With there generally being more money to use in the game and the intention for bigger armies, I'm curious how the spawn rate has been adjusted. I haven't, no. I'm sorry, I can't answer that. I don't know. Here's, like, I really like Asphodel as a thematic nation. I was also disappointed with how difficult they were to use in Dominions 5. Like, I know Lucid figured it out. But Lucid, you know, Lucid's got some, like, next level brain. Whereas... I haven't got that galaxy brain ability to analyze stuff quite like he does, and I found Asphodel really hard to use. Now, Asphodel really should have benefited from the changes to the way scales work and the bless system. So I really want to play with Asphodel. I like them as a nation. They're awesome. I think they're one of the most interesting and, you know, kind of like just cool nations. Are those Jotuns all right there? Yeah, I think they're okay. All right. Yeah, we did lose some Muspel Huskarls there, but they were these were Wolf Tribe, and there was a lot of them as well. So, Herr Franklisha says, "Is there any news on new nations?" Yes, I did show them at the start of the stream. So this is one of the ones that Illwinter did not show. Okay. Oh, we lost a Muspel Giant. Yeah, let's watch that. Yeah. So there's 3 in late age that all come that are all successor nations to Magnificent Ind. Sorry, Magnificent Ind. There's also... Oh yeah, look. Okay, so he got surrounded. Look, and he's going to get killed by these dudes. Okay. Wow, they took a Muspel Giant down. There's 3 in the late age, which is great because late age really needed more nations. And I played a game with late age with one of the nations, and it was so fun. So I wasn't the biggest fan of late age before. I didn't dislike it, but I kind of tended to play early age mostly. But now late age and late age is looking amazing, like way more fun now because there's just more nations. Okay, we got 3 death gens, and we got a famous hero, Tiatse. So Tiatse, the Muspel Hearse. Let's see what he's got. Heroic battle prowess. Okay, so he's got increased attack skill. Oh, that's good. He'd make a nice thug now. Well, he'd make a thug. I don't know if he'd be a particularly good one, but he'd be a better thug than most. Let's just see where we've got to put PD up. Just get these guys in. And there. Okay. Right. Foreign yacht. Okay. He needs to actually. Yeah, we're a little bit low on troops there. I think I'm actually he's gonna come back. I'll return him. Wow, we've got really high population on this map, by the way. I've never had I played another map where I had really abysmal population, where it was all like this, like 2000. But look, we've got another. Like either of the this would be the best one for a fort here, I'd say. What can we recruit here? Okay, this is Wolf Tribe. Samurata is saying, I'm somewhat convinced that Ice Mist Bless probably makes the Asphodel Freesawn Sacreds really good. Yeah, maybe so. I haven't looked at Ice Mist yet. I reckon you could do loads of cool stuff with Asphodel now. Rope Man, there's a shrub attacking. Okay. Samurata, 5 attacks per day per guy with the Ice Mist sounds super nasty. Yeah, again, I haven't looked at that Bless actually. I need to check it out. Do we want... I think we probably want to start site searching. Let's just get her site searching. So let's use the search magic sites auto. She's just going to start automatically moving around site searching now. Really, really, really good feature, I think. Maybe I'll move this guy back here. How many troops have we got here? Yeah, okay. I think what we're going to do is we're going to get a Muspelheim, get another couple of these guys, and a bunch of Jarls. Sorry, a bunch of Huskarls. And oh yeah, we can't quite afford. Yeah, I'll just drop one of these off and start with this. Okay, Tiatse. Let's get him moving out this way. Okay, yeah, we're like, okay, this is single player, not multiplayer, so this is a terrible expansion of multiplayer, but for single player it's fun. It's good enough. Okay, we've got another scout going out. Let's get this guy going out over here and see what we can find over this bridge. Okay, this guy can go out this way too. Maybe going that way. And Gazelle. Oh, what have we got here? Oh, we've got Horse Brothers. Not bad. Charlie, 75 gold for the leader. And he's got a horse-veiled Stalio. Look at this. This is what I mean. There's loads of effort gone into all the mounts and stuff. They've got loads... Like, Illwinter have done a lot of work for this mount system. I know that was something they wanted to put into Dominions 5. They didn't get a chance. JB, do the Ind nations have the Ind invisible Dominion? I could never play Ind or Desert Giants in single player because the AI couldn't see my borders. Piconnier don't. Instead, Piconnier have the ability to... Oh, what is it? You get more sacreds for the amount of temples you build, so they can crap out tons of sacred halflings basically, which is really cool in my opinion. Right, we're going to put a castle here, I think. Yeah, we're going to put a fort here. There's more levels of forts, by the way, I think. At least in late age there is. Legumimi, but Ice Mist is a cloud, no. Didn't it get reworked? I'm not sure. Yeah. Okay. Right, let's carry on. Okay. He is currently... Okay, why did I move him here? I guess I was just scouting. I think we probably move him back. I don't want my profit. Yeah, I think we should probably put my profit in here. Okay, let's go. Two months ago, we sent a herald to negotiate with the false pretender. Let's see what's happened. Roll the dice, guys. 2 months ago, we sent a herald to negotiate with the false pretender of Abyssia. Now the head of our herald has been returned to us. This is clearly a sign of disrespect towards battle mode, the narrow face, the great leap forward, and there shall be no non-aggression pacts between Muspelheim and Abyssia. And we got -1 Dominion for that. That's to stop you spamming it out. Okay, Agartha has prophesied an Oracle of the Dead. Wow, is that going to be a level 4? I think Oracle of the Deads are level 3 priests, aren't they? I might be mistaken there. Stumrat, is there any other planes aside from the cave layer? Yes, there's one more, I believe. I see the cave entrance symbol on a couple of provinces, but nothing else. Yeah, let's have a look at that. Oh, let's do that now before I look at the battles. So, where are we? Yeah, so you can right-click. You can click on these when you've. Yeah, I think you have to actually own the province or like have it explored. Have we got any caves here? So yeah, basically you can right-click on this and you go into the cave level. So we can't see it yet because we've not uncovered it. When the pretender turns up, if there's any thrones underground, he'll detect them. Okay. There we are, look. Let's just have those on. Hold an attack. Hold and fire, sorry. Excuse me. Okay, let's get this guy. Oh, yeah, he wants to go out this way. Very, very definitely. Yeah, actually, we're going to go down that way. I want to cut this off too. Okay, this is interesting. We've got plenty of gold now. Our gold income's quite good. I definitely need to get more troops though, because we're slacking when it comes to troops, and we're slacking when it comes to mages as well. Our magic output's kind of low. I've gone really deep into alteration here. I probably didn't mean to do that, but we do get some good spells in alteration. Alt's usually good for you know, for nature and for earth magic, but there's some other cool stuff in there as well. Particularly I want the group blur, because we can make use of that. We've got plenty of glamour mages. Okay, let's get this guy out over here. Wow, this is another big population province, look. Wow, great population. I wish I had this on my other game. We're going to get a leader up here, and we'll put another... Oh no, we're putting a palisade up here. Ooh, wait. Wait a minute. This would have been the better place for the palisade. Okay. Do I knock this down now? I don't need to knock it down. We could put 2 here. It's not the end of the world if you have 2 castles next to one another. They do leech resources from another. JB. I can't say that out loud. JB says, how do women dying sound? They sound just the same. They still shriek. And elephants, yeah, they're the same. I'm pretty sure they won't have changed. I love the elephant dying sound. I think it's hilarious. Oops, hold on a minute. Let's get those guys continue the fort. Let's get these dudes going out this way. What else have we got to move? Okay, this guy. Oh, okay, we need another Muspel giant. Yeah, these are looking a bit shabby. Need 10 commanders, 10 horse tribe though. Let's get him taking those out first, and then we'll bring them back, I think. Giselle, again, looking like, oh, yeah, again, little bit shabby. I don't know if, we found Niflheim. Ah, okay. Interesting. Interesting. We've got Lion Tribe here as well. I really like Lion Tribe. I really like Machaka as a nation. Excuse me. Also, one thing, Wojciech said that's low unit variety for a faction. Are you talking about Muspelheim? Yeah, they generally just have giants. Also, one thing worth testing, if you give a pathless commander the spell command with Control-C, does that still make them stand still in battle? I don't know. The scripting has changed in that respect. I can't answer that question specifically because I'm not sure. We can check it. What I will say is that the AI in general is a lot better, and you'll see that when the arena comes up. You'll see the AI fighting itself, and it will use better spells. Ropeman saying to Legumimi, the Asphodel Freespawn have fatigue causing attacks built in, so it could be pretty nasty if the Bless is like the Ice Mist Scimitar fatigue damage. That sounds pretty cool, actually. I think Asphodel is going to be one of the first non-new nations that I play with this game. Okay, I want a lab, so... Oof. Am I willing to sacrifice this for a lab? I think I do. How long until this goes up? Oops, sorry. Next turn. Okay, so yeah, let's get the lab up. And we'll just put off recruiting units for a few turns. Or just for one turn. I don't want to stop playing this now. I knew it'd happen. Like, I would stop playing bloody Dominions. I wouldn't be able to do anything else. But hell, I mean, what else have I got to do? Not a lot, really. Preach the teachings of God. And a rather long turn. Jay Landis, have they fixed the noise for behemoths attacking yet? I don't know. Sorry, I don't remember behemoths. I don't remember what they are. Stumrata, the first thing I'll check when I get this game is Yomi. God, I hope Oni spawn more often than 5. I thought only Yomi were really strong. Are you talking about... Yeah, Yomi is the early age nation, right? Oh, we found 2 caverns of glowing moss. That's kind of interesting. Oh, nice. Okay. So look, she's on auto search, which means she's searching already. This is one nice little feature. I think people are going to like this. You know, this is not going to be a feature that brings in new players, maybe, but this is a feature really, really nice for people who, you know, who don't like having to manually move around their mages every turn searching. Wojtak says auto search. Yes, there's auto search. Yes, definitely makes the game a little bit more friendly. Ah, here's battle mode. Right, hang on. The dormant gods are awaking, and the entire nation rejoices. Battle mode, god of Muspelheim, the narrow face. Good lord. The great leap forward. The great leap forward. I'm no commie. It's battle mode, the commie dragon. Well, he is red, I guess. I should have called him Mao. There was a battle in Arden. We didn't even watch the battles. Come on, guys. That's it. I'm slacking off in my hosting duties. You and Abarabo. That's a lot of wolf tribe. That's a lot of wolf tribe. Oh, they're casting venom spells at us as well. Animate tree. Here we go, look. So we got some animated trees coming in. Where are they? Where did he cast that? Oh, here it is, look. So here's an animated tree, look. Here's an animated bush. And it's moving around. They're really strong, by the way. They're really, really strong. These guys are going to hurt us. I reckon we're going to lose units here. Although they are running off on fire. Look at this. Yeah, that's it. Runaway losers. If you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen. Stumrat is saying, well, it is a red dragon. Yes, absolutely. Look at that animated bush, look. So this thing, maximum, it's got 30 hit points. So it's got poor attack skill. But it's got a root attack. Yeah, so this thing's a bit of a roadblock, basically. And it can kill stuff. Unless you set it on fire with a Muspelheim. Ropeman says, I'm excited for Marignon's new alchemy stuff. Oh man, has Marignon changed? Is that late age or early, middle age, sorry. Hey Drexy, how's it going, man? I knew, Drexy, that you could not resist. Because all this, it just looks like the same game. Yeah, it is. Like I was saying to people before, well, I booted the game up and I saw the game's the load screen. Let me show you, Drex. Hang on. I'll show you in a sec. I saw the loading, the menu, and I was like, yes, it's exactly the same. And I burst out laughing because I just thought to myself, I know a lot of people are kind of be like, oh, it kind of looks the same. It's the same game, blah blah blah. But it is, but it's just loads better. The new battles are just great, man. One thing we've not really seen much of because we've not had chance to is the new battle magic animation. VoiceX said you should call him Small, the red dragon. What battle mode you say? Let's Viking of the name a little. All hail Camp Modus. Camp Modus. God, you're gonna get me into trouble. Samarata, maybe Beritos is also a little less sad. I like Beritos. My friend, my mate Simon plays Beritos, and he's really good with him. In fact, actually, when I don't know if Gripper's still here, but the game that Gripper and I played with Lucid, and Drexy was in there as well. But my mate Simon played Beritos, and actually, I think if Lucid hadn't have won, I think Simon was probably in the running for second place. Although Kale was also doing really well, held on to his tiny kingdom the entire game. I really wish that I'd not deleted that fucking series. The only reason I did was because there was a little bit of minor drama, and the way that I was speaking about it, when I watched it back later on with a cooler head, I was kind of being a bit disrespectful, and it wasn't that bad, but it didn't really project the vibe that I'm trying to put out on my channel, which is basically, to be someone who's focused entirely on games. So I actually ended up, and I wish I'd not done that. I should have just deleted the episode. That's a shame because I think Lucid still got his side of the videos, which I'd love it if he put it up. Actually, I've been trying to convince him to do it, but I think he was hoping that I was going to put my side up too. But I'm a dumbass and I deleted the series, and I shouldn't have done it. Yeah, Gripper said, yeah, it's something along those lines. Yeah, he was doing really well. Kale, I think I was invading the sea at the time. That was when I discovered that Kalen was surprisingly good at fighting underwater. Yeah, he was. That would have been you versus Gripper. I think it was Sakane at first, wasn't it? And then Gripper. Gripper saying, minor drama, yes, that is called Any Dominions multiplayer game. Yeah, it was. It was, I tell you, what was it? I'm trying to remember what it was. There was a couple of things. Okay, so, and I won't mention any names because I know, because like you'll know the people involved, but like one of my other friends, he didn't really like, I think it was that game. Yeah, there was one of the guys basically didn't really like the way I was talking to him in Diplo, and I don't always know how I'm coming across because I'm a bit autistic and like literally I am actually a little autistic to the point where sometimes like when I'm playing, I don't think I always project it as playing. So I think I was talking to this guy in a way that he did not appreciate at all, and he kind of like had a word with me about it, and I really appreciated that because I need that, right? Like because I was kind of ordering him around a little bit, like, you know, you better do this, otherwise I'm going to attack you. And it wasn't very professional of me. And like but then there was another issue as well with another guy later on, and we had a little bit of drama, and it was just because I was like, I think I've learned how to talk to people in Diplo now. I watched Lucid's video on it afterwards. Drexy saying, I think we ganged up on someone. Yeah, we did. That's right. We did. It was Triffin. I think Triffin got ganged up on. Oh no, was it Wintermath? I can't. It was one of those guys anyway. It was whoever was playing and the guy who was playing Relay. Or is it Relay? I think it was Relay. And he had that damn Kraken. Had a Kraken with four what do you call it? The main gush of defense. So it's like impossible to kill. That was actually a really good game. I really enjoyed that. It was really great fun. Okay, we've got to do something with this dragon. We got a bloody dragon now. What spells have we got? Not a lot. And he is literally just a fire dragon. Oh no, we've got glamour as well. What spells have we got? Okay, he can blur himself. He's got displaced body as well. Okay, that's actually these spells are actually really, really good for a dragon. It's gonna make him a lot harder to hit. I'm interested to see, like, watch me fly this into a province and him get killed straight away. Like, that's gonna just be a complete typical battle mode. Battle mode blunder. Got mirror image as well. Hang on a minute. So that creates 2 images. Blur makes it so that they get reduced attack, and displacement means they've got to. Oh yeah, they've got their attack skill reduced by 5. It doesn't stack with blur or invisibility. Oh, okay, right. So this doesn't work with blur. It doesn't stack at least. So displaced body. There's no point in doing blur and displaced body. Let's get displaced body and mirror image. Did it say it didn't? No, it doesn't stack with that either. No, but mirror image will work. Okay. Excuse me. So, yeah. Let's send that guy. Right, this thing just cast spells, and then it's just going to go and attack. Guys, how does... do you remember how the Dragonfire works? Oh, yeah. This weapon is sometimes used when in melee instead of another attack. So we don't have to script this to fire, I don't think. But I think you can fire. Does that count as as a missile weapon? I forget now. No, it's an area of effect. Anyway, there's only one way to find out. Let's send this big scaly bastard into battle, and we'll see what we can do. What have we got? Wolf Tribe might be dangerous for him. Those guys we could probably do it on. How many have we got? 80. That's quite a lot. So he's got low defense skill. That's the problem. When he gets surrounded, he's gonna get beaten down. But he has got massive amounts of hit points. But he has got blood magic to heal himself if he gets an affliction. I don't know. I'm not sure about this. This might not be the best idea I've ever had. Let's get another giant palisade up, and we're going to start getting some more units up too. Okay. Yeah, we haven't got many units. This would be really, really... like, I'd be a big target in a multiplayer game right now, but we're not playing multiplayer. We're just playing single player. Okay, where are we? Oh yeah, Stumrata. Veritas is one of my favourite nations, but they got some annoying things going on. Like, for example, Colossi and Cav being unable to sail, having to lead sacreds with 135 gold and armoured priests, etc. Yeah, like, I haven't looked at them. What I would do is go and check, once the game comes out, go and check it out, and you might find that there's been some interesting changes there, because I think that Illwinter are quite keen on buffing up all the old, all the old things, all the old nations. Right, now we can finally get Jotun units, so we can get scouts. We can get the Gigia, which is a phenomenally good mage. Probably even better now that she's got the glamour. And we also get the Jotun Jarl and all the old Jotun units. So this means that we're going to be a little bit better fighting in our main dominion. It's funny though, our dominion seems to have gone quite hot. So maybe the Jotuns aren't the best thing. JB, is there anything going on with the game name? The Pantokrator has risen 5 times already. Rising a 6th is like a Viagra commercial. The Pantokrator. Ropeman, it looks like late age Marignon. The description mentions that infernal tutors help the alchemists mix soldiers with aerial elementals or something. I don't know. I haven't played that nation. I really do like middle age Marignon a lot though. I think they're a really, really, really cool nation, man. Okay, so we've got to. I think what we're going to do is we're going to get the Muspelheim units now. We probably want to segregate out from these ones. Can I afford another? No, I don't. You know what? I don't think I need this palisade yet. Let's just wait this one here. I'm going to wait for this palisade to go up. Speaking of which, I'm going to build another. Get a Muspelheim. Those guys can eventually research anyway, and I think he's going to be good just for getting the palisades up. Sorry, for the what am I trying to say? The temple and the lab. Okay, you can go to build a giant fortress. Let's upgrade this as quickly as possible. I'm going to start building some of these guys. Yeah, I do like the spearmen. Okay, I've got plenty of resources, look. I want a Gigia as well. Alright, we need gold for the Gigia. Gigia is really expensive. Let's get some units up first, I think. Yeah, this is where my ability at Dominion starts to diminish. It's kind of trying to figure out what I need to build when. And I've watched loads of guides on it. I watched all of Lucid's guides and read loads of stuff online. I still can't get it right. Like I still build mages when I'm supposed to be building troops, or I neglect my mages and I end up like not having strong enough research. I'm not terrible, but I'm interested to see what's going to happen with this dragon. The part of me thinks that he's going to get ruined. Do you know what I might do? Can he fly into this province here? Yes, he can. Let's get him and this dude moving together. No, I think we'll get this one first. Yeah, let's get the dragon helping out here. Let's see how that goes. We'll test this dragon out, and because before I send him out to die in a province. Wojak says, you ever got that feeling when game is undercooked but you finished it, you were disappointed by endgame performance and bugs, but you want to try it again? Rogue Trader gets me acting. Okay, so yeah, I've heard about Rogue Trader having problems. Oh, here's Calum. Okay, yeah, I've heard about Rogue Trader having problems in the late game, so I'm really disappointed to hear that. I'm hoping that Owlcat fixes it up, because my brother's been playing it and he says it's amazing, and Wojak's been telling me that it's like the most Warhammer game that's ever been made, and I really, really want to play it, but I'm not going to play it while apparently the end is so bad, because apparently it goes from like being amazing to being absolute, almost unplayable. Yeah, it looks like everyone else is done here. Going to see if we can find where Calum or Niflheim is. Let's get this guy moving out this way. Ropeman. I think Dragon was better not to fire because it's AoE and it will fire off at max range, wasting a bunch of the area, but I haven't used the Dragon since Dawnfall. Oh, okay. I might have made a mistake there. Battle mode, the narrow face, the Great Leap Forward has sensed the location of 4 previously undiscovered thrones. Okay. Now we can actually look into the underground. Look, we'll be able to go down here. Look. So this is the new underground provinces. Yeah, these are quite small ones. Look. We've got it in a circle. Now, this will be, you'll be able to travel all the way around here. So there's a lot of territory. Whether we're actually able to see much in here, I don't know. But we can see the Thrones of Ascension at least. Okay, well, we found Ermor as well. Drexy said, not sure if I actually remember how to play this anymore. Yes, you do. Like Drexy makes out that he's not good at this, but he's won at least one multiplayer game. And if you've won a multiplayer game, man, you're good at Dominions. Like you cannot, unless you're playing against absolute morons. And okay, I was one of the morons. But unless you play against absolute, like, you know, people who are really not good at Dominions, like terrible, like noobs, you can't, like, winning a multiplayer game is not easy. Like, I've come second so many times, and second doesn't mean anything in Dominions at all. Wojak says Pantokrator works entire week, so he needs to rise once more to complete the cycle. I love it. Okay, Forniot. This is a decent party. Let's get these guys. Oh, we can't cross the mountains here. That's interesting. I would have thought we'd be able to cross here in summer. No, that red one means you cannot cross. That's right. I remember now. By the way, I had a play with the map editor, and it's really, really good. Let's have you go there. You guys go here, and you're going to go down this way. No, you're going to go this way and down this way. That was right. That was my original plan. Drexy says, I bought a John Tiller game, by the way. Oh, nice one. Yeah, the John Tiller games are my favourite war games. They're amazing. But like, I feel a bit bad because I'm supposed to be playing a multiplayer game with a guy what's it, Full Gap 85, and I've just not been able to play my turns for ages. I feel, and I've kind of like not dropped out of it officially, but I haven't played for a while. We've got Sign of Thessalians here. These are really strong. I think we probably can beat them. Mind you, 50, that's a lot, man. I think I still want to have a go. An equal obesity. He's got way more hit points. Look. Oh, Drexy said you didn't watch the battles. Oh, sorry, dude. Yeah, you're right. Thank you. I'm being scatterbrained, ADHD brain or whatever. So here's a battle in Griffin Rock. Stumrata said, did the elementals change in any way in this game? Yes, they look different. The fire elementals have got a better model now. I'm not sure if they perform differently. Possibly. I get a lot of hits here by these archers. Okay. Muspel Jarl's chasing them down. Where is he? Oh, he's chasing the leaders off. Okay. Okay, we lost a Muspel Huskarl there. There was a battle with Calum. Let's watch Calum do some bird stuff. Where are they? Oh, there they are. They were invisible. Oh, it's Amazons. Oh, look at this. We've got an Amazon. Wait a minute. Oh, there we are. Look, we've got a Pegasus rider. Hey, is that a new model? Look at the Pegasus look. That's pretty cool. I think that's a new model. That looks better, doesn't it? Yeah, so they have actually upgraded the graphics look in some of them. Anyway, so is that Calum attacking with? Yeah, it must be. Attacking with a bunch of Amazons. It's kind of interesting. I have not seen the AI use indies yet, so that's very, very interesting they've done that. Unless Calum gets crystal Amazons. Oh, that's going to hurt. Oh, they've got it, though. I think they must have killed the leader. Oh, no, there he is. He's still fighting. Okay, they just ran. They stood well in the face of that charge. Battle in the Mountains of Mist. Ropeman, I read Elementals got nerfed. Yeah, maybe they did. I think, look, one of those things where they were a bit of a no-brainer in multiplayer, weren't they? So, there we go. Look, the dragon's got his displacement off. He's displaced, and he's got mirror images. We will have mirror images. There we go. There we go. That's right, dragon. You just burn your own yachts, and oh, mind you, he's got fire. They've got fire resistance. So that's no problem. There we go. Look, blast. This is why I play Dominions, man. Stuff like this is so satisfying. There you go, look. That's it, dragon. You go for it, man. Now he's walking forwards. He probably should have flown there. Darkside Cookies. What do you Pegasus stats look like? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see that in time for me to check. I can check in a minute. Kale Immortalis, yes, seems to be a new model. Assume those are the mercenaries. I think they are, yeah. Yeah, maybe they are mercs. Good, yeah, good point. Let's just have a look at that. Yeah, we didn't lose anything there. Let me just have a quick look at that battle, just so that we can check out the Pegasus statistics for Darkside Cookie here. Did you want to just look at the stats of the actual Pegasus itself? So strength 15, attack 12. It's got a hoof attack. Oh, there's a shrub there as well. Skilled Rider. Skilled Rider will increase the morale and defensive skill of its mount. The defense increase is most effective on lightly armored horses, as it is reduced by the encumbrance value of the mount's armor. Yeah, right. So you can put barding on these guys now as well. So there's a barding slot, look, for your mount. This, by the way, is this. I know it seems like a small change, but this is opening up loads of cool stuff in Dominions. Ropeman said, air elementals may be especially less useful now too, not sure. Ethereal tramplers do half damage. Ah. Oh, that is a big change. However, with air magic, you now get those stunning spells. You know, the wind spell that stuns. So, I mean, you've still got some pretty powerful tools with air magic. Vic Wabera, but if press C, you get tiles for a better viewing of the armies. Yes, you do, look. Yeah, you can do that here, look. To be honest, Stormrat, to be honest, I'm actually kind of happy seeing it didn't get massively pretty. It means there's a point to updating the vanilla sprite overhaul I'm working on. Oh, that's cool, man. It's really cool to see how many people like modding this game. Voice Tech says, Flip. Darkside Cookies, their design philosophy seems to be substance over style, which I like. Yes, I completely agree. But there's, you know, the graphics in this game are unfairly maligned, in my opinion. I think like Christopher he hand draws all of these, you know. He hand draws every single one. They've only got 2 frames of animation, but there's thousands of units, man. Like, so when people say, oh, you know, I'm not going to play it until it's 3D graphics or some stupid crap. So you have no idea how much effort goes into this. There's more effort that goes into this than your average 3D game. I know that it's not. Look, also 3D games don't work so well on the imagination. There's one reason why I play roguelikes a lot, and I often play roguelikes in ASCII because I like the imagination, and I think that these basic graphics really work with the imagination better. That's why Dominions is a wonderful single player game, because actually the headcanon that you can come up with in it is really, really cool. You don't always get that with other strategy games. Stormrata, they will still interrupt backlines though. Yeah, I think the elementals should still be pretty good, to be honest. Ooh, I lost Umbro. Okay, I didn't want to lose that because that was a gem producing place. I must have put, I guess I didn't put enough province defense down. Well, that was foolish of me. Now, if Calum is sneaky, they might just charge in and get that. But I have technically surrounded it by my own provinces. I'm hoping that we're okay there. Okay, let's get this dragon helping these guys out with these Cynocephalians. And I don't know if we want to do fire. The bite, claw, and tail sweep might actually be better there. Let's just get him. Let's get him attacking. We'll just see how he works with attacking instead. Has he got any better spells yet? Ropeman saying that there's also a change that said tramplers are better at attacking while trampling, so that may offset the air elemental half damage nerf. Okay, that's cool. Alright, these guys. Oh, hang on. That little snippet of music is enough to get my video demonetized, so I'm just going to put it back onto Adrian's music. What do we got here? Okay, we found Ermor. Let's find out where Ermor is. Hang on a minute. Oh yeah, he's the guy building the palisade. Good, good, good. Let's send that one out there. I don't know if we need any more scouts now. Let's send this guy down this way. Okay, we've got this dude. Yes, he's going to go. He's going to take these guys and he's going to move up to where this castle is going to be here. He's going to build up the lab and the temple. And then he's going to upgrade Tiatsi here with some more troops. Now, I'm likely to bump Calum here, but I kind of want to. No, I don't kind of want to, but I would like to grab these if I can. I might actually. Yeah, this is probably the slightly stronger army. I think Cynocephalians are going to wreck these guys, though. this might be a better army for them to take out with the smaller forces that they've got. Okay. Gosh, there's loads of comments. Stormrats is saying there are some really pretty ones, but some are really ugly. Also, I know how much effort went into them because I actually redrew almost all of them for 5. Oh, was that you? Okay, that is some massive effort, man. Like you've got some. Oh, here's Caleb. Yeah, you've got some patience, but I mean, you know, some of the new ones are really nice. Look at these. Like when Niflheim got that graphics upgrade in Dominions 5, that was really cool. And Drexy says it's just 2 guys that make this. Yeah, it is. I think they get a little bit of help with various other little bits like the writing occasionally, I think. But I might be wrong there. I know with Conquest of Elysium they got a writer that helps them. Kale says, people should be careful what they wish for when it comes to wanting games to switch to 3D. The Disgaea series made the switch from beautiful 2D art to 3D art models, and it's nowhere near as charming. Yeah, I think 3D is, you know, all of these tools are there for a job, right? And you have to understand what the tool is bringing to the game. Like 3D art is great. Like I've been playing Baldur's Gate 3, which is a great game, and I love the art, the animations and the art in it. It's just really well done. And in that respect, in that kind of role-playing game, it really works incredibly well. But Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 were 2D, and they still, well, they were kind of 3D, but they work just as well. But it's just kind of a different style. Dominions wouldn't work with that. Steve Tiny says, exactly, it's the same difference in experience between reading a book or reading a book after seeing the movie. When you visualize and imagine, it'll be vastly different in both scenarios. Yeah, that's right. And we mustn't underestimate the power of the imagination when it comes to the way people enjoy games. There's a battle in Illwinter. Let's watch Caleb again. Oh wow, this is a big force. Yikes, I ain't got anything as big as that. Well, they've got Gravaratu, the Celestial Griffin. We have got some Aria Temple Guards. A whole lot of them. They're going to get blessed up by the Pretender here. And then we've got we got a Fravashi, so that's going to be attached to the Seraphine, is that? Or is there an Eagle King here? Maybe did the Seraphines get the... I think they must do. Yeah, this thing kind of is summoned when the Kalem... I know a little bit about Kalem, I'm not that familiar. But look at this. Now, those of you who have played single player, you tell me that this is not a better put together army than you normally get from the AI. What have they got here? They've got some Claymen as well. So it's a bit of a hodgepodge army, but it's still, look, I mean, this is a proper army, and it's scripted better as well. Let's watch how this performs. It's not scripted perfectly. I wouldn't have put those ogres going in first. They're going to get wrecked. But maybe that's the point. Oh, wow. Hang on a minute. Oh, wow. They landed just at the same time as the Kalem troops did. What have they got? They've got Aria Infantry and they've got the Spirehorn Warriors. All of them with the magic weapons. And then the Pretender comes in too. Oh, that's really cool. Okay, so they did leave the Jaguar tribe slingers didn't get attacked immediately. What have we got here as well? We've got Black Hawks. Oh, they're casting Summon Hawk, that's why. There you go, look. So look, so the AI is loads better in this, in my opinion. It puts together more thematic, interesting armies. Whether they are, it's not going to throw out min-maxed, multiplayer tactics at you, I don't think. But for single players who want something thematic to fight against and not just hordes of indie, this is a huge change to the game. I think if I'm right about this AI change, and I need to test it more to see if I am. Oh god, I'm going to get wrecked here. Yikes. Okay, this is Pretender versus Pretender and a whole lot of troops. I think I might lose my Pretender here, folks. Let's have a look. Oh, dragon's going in. Where did the dragon go? Oh, he went into the back, look. Oh, he's fighting the Pretender. I think he's winning. He's managed to set it on fire. What's going on over there? Yeah, I think they're going to win this battle. But if I can kill their Pretender, that'd be nice. Oh no, the dragon's not doing well. That's because was he scripted to attack? Oh, he's killed us. How dare you kill our god? Okay, that we're going to run now. And we're going to HP route, I'm sure. Yeah, they're running, look. Oh no, the Muspel Giant's still fighting on. Only a coward gets a wound on his back. JB says, with more units, were there changes to supply and supply items? Yes, it's all scaled up appropriately, I think. But I'm not 100% sure. Darkside Cookie says, bad 3D is really bad, so you want a whole team to make it good. Kind of like bad CGI movies. Yeah, exactly. Bad 3D looks awful, whereas bad 2D, you know, you can kind of get away with it. Okay, we were defeated by Calum. They actually, I mean, that was a poor choice on my side. I didn't know that they had that many troops, though. So, you know, I should have done better scouting, I guess. The other thing about Calum is that they fly. Darkside Cookie says it spawns sometimes to help the Calum mages. Okay. Kale says all Calum priests have a chance of Favashi. Okay. Stormrat says Seraphines have a 10% chance to get one, if I recall. I think Dragon got this. No. Drexy said ownage. Yeah, I got own, mate. There's a battle in Umbro. Stormrat says, oh, it died quickly to that Griffin. Yeah, I should really... I might go back and have a look what happened there. We don't need to watch this battle, I don't think. This is a simple Muspel Jarl Ruffle Stomp. Oh, Muspel Giant. Look, just one giant is taking on so many troops. And look, even with the massive harass penalty, he's getting, like, because of the heat and stuff, he's still got defense 13. These guys ain't got a hope of beating him. They're just going to burn before they kill him. I just want to quickly watch that battle very, very fast and just see what happened with that dragon. Here we go. Right, so these guys, they flew in the air. I saw some kind of like anime samurai thing where they both, you know, you both see them move and then like one of them drops dead. That's kind of what happens here. Let's just put this on. Okay, so yeah, we're probably gonna have to click on one of these actually to see. Let's wait until the yeah. Okay, let's have a look now. So I think it's, what button is it again? Battle log is V. So yeah, let's have a look what's going on here. Celestial Dragon. Yeah, so the Celestial Dragon was coming up against displacement. But it hit with a claw. Okay, Celestial Dragon was affected by the fear. And then yeah, so the area, so the dragon got hit with a lightning bolt. That's what was the beginning of the end for this guy. I don't think the Griffin here, because look, the statistics of this thing, he has got a harass penalty as well, so that did not help, and he did not. 16 attack, 28 strength. This is 22 attack. Oh yeah, we're in domain. We got dominion penalty here as well, so that didn't help him either. Yeah, the Griffin is powerful. And it's got 3 attack, 15 attacks. I think whoever's got the better magic wins this one, to be honest. I don't know. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of difference in their statistics. And I think with the Dominion, that just pipped it. Yeah, he got shocked as well. So I don't know if he... Let's just have a look again. The dragon. Was he stunned with the shock? Where's the Arya Seraph? Oh, there we are. No, he resisted the shock, I think. He didn't resist the shock damage, but I don't think he was stunned, is what I'm saying. Yeah, and then the dragon started getting battered by everything that was around him. Yeah, he didn't stand a chance. They had magic on their side as well. I think that was part of what happened there. Okay. There was an assassination attempt on Sigyn. Entering a strange garden with fantastic creations made of animal, human bones, your servant was attacked when some of these came to life. Alright, let's watch this. This was a... That was a goal for us. There's the assassination attempt. Let's just watch this. Mitch, copyright striking coming, lol, nice soundtrack. No, this is Adrian Von Ziegler, so I've got his permission to use the music. But the Dominions does have a new soundtrack. The main reason why I didn't play it was I wasn't sure. Gosh. What's going on with this Muspel Dot here fighting this Long Dead? She's going to fatigue out, isn't she? Come on, hand of dust. Oh no! She died to a Long Dead. That was disgraceful. Let's see what happened. Okay, so here's me saying that the AI is better, but let me just see what happened here. What did she cast? Body Ethereal. Okay, that's a good spell. Yep. True Shot. Okay, if you're going to cast something that's going to need it. Okay, Cheated Fate. Oh, now she just Hands of Dust. Alright. Okay, the Long Dead just... I think he just repelled that. Not repelled it, but just avoided it. And now she's just attacking with... Yeah, because her fatigue's high. So that is intelligent to do that. Because if she was to cast another Hand of Death, then she would have fatigued out. Yeah, I don't think that was actually terrible. I don't think that was terrible scripting. She did not need the... yeah. Okay, so there was one excessive spell there. That's still better than it was. Stun Rat. Oh, he got stunned for a couple of turns. Did he? Okay, I missed that. Dark Side Cookies. That's not good. The High Pot Province. Yeah. Okay. Our forces were beaten by the defender. Oh, right. So we actually lost... we lost this battle here as well. What happened here? Oh, wow. They had a whole lot of troops. Oh, and they stood... I didn't script them right either. That did not help. They should have just gone straight in. I'm interested to see how well they do here. Like, I think if I'd have scripted them properly, we might have won that. We've also got a limp... It looks like we've got a limping Jarl. Or Giant. Yeah, it's hard to say. I think the scripting could have made the difference there, but I don't know. Like, I think they just had a lot of stuff. Oh, we got more heat this summer. That's good. I mean, then we got the Giant Palisades up. Okay. Okay. How are we doing on time? I can't see how long I've been recording for. Oh, yes, I can. 3 hours. I think, guys, I'm going to end it here because I wouldn't mind if people could continue watching this on YouTube. And I think that any longer than 3 hours and nobody's going to watch it. So what I might do is I'll probably come back to this tomorrow. So if anybody wants to come and watch some more, I might play some more tomorrow as well. By the way, just so that anybody who's late coming to the stream, let me just go through. I'm going to save this and... I would continue longer. I am just a little sick at the moment. You can probably hear me coughing and spluttering away, and my throat's starting to go. So let's have a look at the new nations just quickly for those of you who missed it. So, okay. So let's have a look at the early age nations. So you saw Muspelheim. We've also got Pyrini or Pyren. I don't know how you pronounce this. Sorry, we don't use this in English. So these are cave-dwelling humans and various giants. So these guys are like strong humans. They're almost like, they remind me of or something. But they're not like, but they're size 3, so they're normal human size. They've got these barricade warriors. They have got some armor. They use bronze armor. They've also got these Myru guys. These are kind of like the Cyclops of... but little ones. They're size 6, which I think is the old size 5, I want to say. Drexy, catch you later. I'm going to eat. Okay, Drex, see you later, man. Thanks for popping in. Sorry, the person with the Cyrillic name, it's Ogre. Okay. Rogue77, hi, Battle Mode, over there as well. Hey, man, how's it going? Dave Flute says, I'll watch tomorrow. Thanks, Dave. Yeah, it'd be great to see you guys again. So Tartalo, this is a pastoral cyclopean giant. So these are the Cyclops. These are size 7. These can summon allies, so they can summon werewolves. Oh no, what do they summon? As a favour to the Sorgnak or the Gentilite, they sometimes join the armies of the Beritok. Okay, I wonder what these bring. Oh, it'll be the Mouflon. So these will probably summon Mouflon, and they've got Beastmaster. Okay, that's really cool. So they got free spawn capabilities. They got this Myru champion. Yeah, so these are like, they get extra gold and resources in cave forts. So these are designed to go into cave. These are like underground. Humans and giant infantry, boulder throwing giants. They've also got this Gentil thing. This is a size 8 giant. So to put it into perspective, the Neeful giants and the Muspel giants are size 10, I think, or 9. They're slightly smaller. They've got these guys who look like kind of like more wild characters. So yeah, and they've got is that steel? Okay, yeah, they got some steel armor. They got one steel armor troop as well, which is sacred. So that's kind of cool. They're air, earth, nature, and water. They got weak priests. They got cheap temples and labs though. That's really cool. All right, so this is an interesting faction. So these guys actually go right down. This faction is also in Middle Age as well, as you'll see. So if we go into Middle Age, so those are the two new ones for early ages. In Middle Age, we've also got Pyrene again. Now they're still humans of cave descent. They've got dark vision and elemental resistance. I don't know if they start in the caves still. They were originally from caves. Oh yeah, okay, can be recruited in the capital and all caves. So they might still be a cave start. Yeah, look, the caves of Pyrene. Okay. So again, these guys have leveled up very much in the way that most of the nations will kind of progress. They've got better armor. They've got the Muspelheim Knight as well. The Emerald Knight and then on the Muspelheim. So this is like a giant goat riding. Yeah, it's a size 5 goat look. And yeah, and the knight with the skillful rider. These actually look really good. They've got a lance and a broadsword, like really, really heavy armor. Look, 21 armor, high defense skill as you would expect with the cavalry. Magic resistance on the Muspelheim's pretty low, but that's kind of standard for animals, and it's sacred as well, so you could buff them up. They've also got these knights, men at arms. I'm not going to go through all of these guys, but these got pans as well. Look, so you get blood magic with these. That's strong blood magic as well. Like, blood's not so prevalent in Middle Age, so this is like, I mean, to be able to get blood 4, yeah, I don't think there's any. I don't think even Abyssia have got blood like that, have they? Yes, they have. Okay, so they're rivaling Abyssia for blood magic, and that's pretty impressive in the Middle Age. Also, we've got Nidvanga. These are a really, really cool nation. These are kind of like, they remind me of like early age Ulm, except in the middle, like kind of transplanted into the Middle Age. But with with way more magic. They've got so these guys use Seath or Seath, just like the Niflheim, you know, the Jotun Gigias. They've got these crazy immortal units. So these units, they have a number of lives basically, and when they die, they get a roll. I think they get a random number of like random extra lives, and when they die, they regenerate. Basically, they come back. And the leader version has got twice as many. So this is pretty cool. So they've got like limited immortality. I'm sure they've got loads of other cool stuff as well. Yeah, they've got shapeshifters. Yeah, they've got a bunch of shapeshifting stuff. They've got these different clans. These look really, really interesting to play. There's probably more to it as well. They can scry inside their dominion. That's interesting. So they've got really, really good... They've got really, really good intel, and temples are cheap. They've got weak priests, but they can do blood sacrifice, so that is cool as well. Yeah, these got snow move. Which are the ones that can blood sacrifice? I forget what the icon is now. Okay, I might not be seeing it, but anyway, it's probably going to be the blood mage. Probably going to be this guy. Okay, that's really cool though. Okay, so that's another one. And then finally in the late age has had kind of a little bit more love, I guess, and it needed it too. Kale's saying probably summon sheep. Yes, he does. Yeah, I reckon so. Probably good to give Agartha more competition in caves, given how much more caves are part of the game now. Yeah, I think that's probably a good idea. Oh, Vayesh. Hiya, Vayesh. How's it going, man? You've just caught me at the end of the stream, matey, I'm afraid. I'm just winding it down, but because I've been talking for 3 hours. But I'm just going through some of the new nations. Golf Club Ninja says, Agartha, Pangea, Phlegra hybrid. Yeah, they look like that. And Golf Club Ninja says, Soulscar seems insane. They could be crazy things since they could ignore Soulslay. Yes, that's what I didn't say. Soulslay doesn't affect them, which is... They're the first thing that I can think of, apart from, you know, the first living unit that I can think of that is true. Okay. Late Age is getting better and better and better. Not only did they add Vettiheim at the end of Dominions 5, which is a fucking awesome like nation. This is a really, really cool nation. I love Vettiheim. They're really strong as well. At least they were in Dominions 5. The Moose Rider look. We've got the Moose Rider, we've got the Vetti Archer, and then we've got the Moose. So this kind of like mount system's kind of interesting. But yeah, Vettiheim are great, but they're not new to Dominions 4, as Dominions 6. We've got Femini. These are all based from Magnificent Ind, by the way. So in the lore, Magnificent Ind is defeated by Tianchi, and they split off into multiple kingdoms. You know, they're destroyed, but their subservient kingdoms survive. So we've got Femini. Femini, I think, the Sage Queens. So this is like they look kind of like a little bit like Marignon, I guess, except they've got different. Oh, they have got fire, but they've got they're fire, astral, glamour, and some water and nature. So they're another glamour nation, and they've got they're basically they're female warriors is their thing. They've got these lady knights. Not bad at all. And then they've got the veiled one, the sacred unit. These got glamour basically. So yeah, a glamoured sacred unit. Not bad. And also they've got the unseen one here, which again has got glamour, combat caster. I mean, you don't get combat caster often, so I think these are going to be amazing thugs. Well, they'd be good thugs. I mean, they don't have earth, but glamour's got. I mean, glamour is a pretty good, probably good thugging spell school, I think. So I mean, these might make, if you kitted these guys out, these might make really good thugs. And they're like 140 gold. Look, they've only got glamour 1. So I don't know how. I mean, that's going to be enough to do the basics, some basic glamour stuff. You know, put a gem on them, they can do like level 2 glamour stuff. And then they've got combat caster, which is just going to make them really, really good. But it's glamour magic. I don't know. It's interesting. I think you could probably find a use for them though. The Lady Commander, the Femini Sorceress. Yeah, that's not bad look. 2 fire, 2 astral, 2 glamour. The Sage Queen. Some of these new nations have got quite deep paths. Look, I mean, look. Let's ignore the 10% possible paths, but look, I mean, those are deep paths for late age, I think. Vash saying, I think I can go back and watch afterwards. Yeah, you can. And the reason why I'm going to end it at, like around now, Aaron, is basically because I'm just thinking that if I do a 6-hour video, I don't think anyone's going to watch it. Stumrat said, would you be up for showing if some Dominions 5 nations have changed significantly? Veritas would be really cool to see. Yeah, of course, man. I'll do that. Oh man, so I caught it at the end. I'll rewatch. Yeah, sorry, Rogue77. I apologise for that. I get one of the problems about being English is that the time zones don't always affect, like, people finish work and stuff like late, and so I think people in like in other time zones don't always get to catch me, unfortunately. But anyway, so we had Femini. Here's Piconnier. This is one I've played, and these are really cool. This is like a halfling nation. They're not Hoburgs, they're little horned men. Yeah, so the little horned men basically are little. They're not very strong. They're Hoburg strength, look, strength 6, but they've got decent defense skill and they've got good protection. So like armored halflings. If you just look at the militia, look, these are kind of halflings, look, like standard halflings. And they've got the gluttony trait like halflings should. But they've got the Piconnier crossbowmen, so they're a crossbow nation. You can absolutely crap out crossbows. They've also got sacred crossbows as well. So these like. And also, they've got the Magnificent Inn thing where every temple adds 1 to the Sacred Recruit limit. So if you've got lots of temples, you can absolutely, like, you can produce so many of these sacred halflings. And look, I mean, protection 4. If you've got a good bless on these guys, defense skill 18, attack skill 12. These are no joke. Like, I know that their strength is weak, but you can buff their strength because you've got earth magic. So Hornburgs. Yeah, I like it. Yeah, the Hornburgs. That's going to stick now. So the Hornburgs, they've actually got quite good stats. Their strength lets them down, but I mean, look, the crossbow. You know, they're not got the strongest crossbow attack, but they're sacred, right? And they've also got this guy who's got the Baculus, and this has got the Bane of Heresy effect. So fatigue, armor piercing, fatigue damage, and it affects gods and sacred units. So that's kind of like the Lion Warrior, is it, from Achaka, and they're really, really useful situationally. Also, the hidden MVP of this lineup is the Bird Knight. These guys have got defense skill 20, and they're 25 gold, so they're quite high recruitment points, but the resources and gold is quite cheap, and so you can get these out a lot. And yeah, these guys are really, really good. Like your army are really slow. They're combat speed 5, and these guys look even a combat speed 2 because they're like prot 17 halflings. They're lugging this armor around that's way too big for them, so they're good for blocking up gates basically, and that's about it. But your army are going to take ages to get to the enemy, but you have got crossbows to cover you as you go in. You've also got slingers, and you've got fire, so flaming arrows, you can do that. But these guys, Bird Knights, about 20 or 30 of those, drop down into the enemy back lines, and they will fight for ages. They are really good. And the actual knight itself, the bird knight itself, isn't that bad. The warbirds, look, it's got a dive attack. It does that dive attack when it goes in, does loads of damage, and then it's got the talons, you know. So while even when the bird dies, the bird knight fights on, and he's actually he's not bad. So yeah, these are really good. They've got really strong sacreds, so you can get like with a when you prophesize, you can immediately get like a level 4 priest, which is always powerful. They've got quite shallow magic paths, if I remember right, so you are using communions with them basically. So yeah, they're going to be a communion nation, but you know, you get cheap like they're relatively cheap. So yeah, not bad. I don't see. Okay, right. Here was the thing. I like to play this game with Dominions, which is called Try to Figure Out Why Illwinter put something in. And I was looking at these guys, and these are not sacred. They're 80 gold per year. They've got the adept research, they're 11 research, but then you get these guys who are sacred, and they are only 104 gold, and they've got more research. So I was like, why on earth would you ever build the sages? Like, why would you build this? 100, you know, okay, 100 gold is cheaper, sure, slightly less you know, upkeep, but this guy's a really good mage, whereas those aren't. Okay, so why would you do that? And I would invite you to examine the difference between the two. And here's the hint. These guys are old. These guys are old age, and in the course of a game, you will die. There will so many go senile and die. So yeah, they're more than 2 times the cost. But honestly, in late age, you've got tons of gold. That wasn't the at least. That's what I was finding. The cost isn't so much the issue; it's the age. These guys are old. So if you build these at the start of the game, by about turn 30, most of them have died. So it's like I played Why Did Illwinter Put This In for quite a long time until I noticed this, and then I started playing with them, and then I realized, yeah, it's the age. That's the problem. Oh, Roteman saying Glamour has the fear stuff now. Maybe if there's a low cost fear spell, they could be really good. Yeah, there is. Glamour's got loads of cool stuff in it. Kaelor Immortalis. I would think the fact that you don't need to buy a temple is part of it too. That's a good point as well. I didn't think that. They're not sacred, so you don't need a temple. Interesting. But yeah, but who builds a temple without the? Who builds a temple without a lab? I don't know. Maybe some people do. Like, I know that sometimes you do that with some of the Darkside Cookie says, what's the random on the bad guy? Let me just have a look. The random is he gets a choice between fire, water, astral, and nature. So like fire 1's not great. Water 1 is okay later on. And I don't know, but I'm saying that based on the old spells. The spells have completely changed now, so I can't really analyze this. Like an old Dominions one, Fire 1 wasn't that useful, whereas Water 1 was good because you could cast Frozen Heart, and Nature 1 could be useful for things like Swarm. But like, you know, Earth 1's also not that useful on a, you know, on a non-thug. But I don't know. Like, I think that you'll be able to find a use for them. So 50% of them are decent. Yeah, but I don't know, because I think that the spells have all changed. So the spells have all been balanced out a little bit better, I think. Anyway, let's look at the final one. We've got Andromania. This is the Dog Republic. So these are civilized and culturally advanced Cynocephalians. So yeah, these are big dog men. They've got a really good chassis look. High strength, high attack. Well, good attack, good defense. They're quite quick. They've got lots of attacks. They've got the bite attack. So yeah, these are pretty good. I think they're appropriately priced with regards to the resources and recruitment points. They've got the Howlers, which are kind of wild versions of them. They've got Chaos recruitment, so they're easier to recruit in provinces with turmoil. So you probably want to do some pillaging, and then you get loads of turmoil, and then you can recruit them for cheap. They've got Corpse Eater, so they can increase their hit points. Yeah, they're raiders. They're good pillagers as well. And they've got Animal Law, kind of weird, and they're berserkers. I mean, they're pretty good. They're a pretty cool unit. Got the Serene one, which is a sacred unit. But they've got like, yeah, they're heavily armored. They've got a fair amount of encumbrance. For late age, I think they're pretty good. They're just a sacred unit. They've got, see what else they might have. Yeah, I mean they're just like a kind of sacred unit, I guess. They don't look, they look about average for what you'd expect from late age, I guess. It's just their size is a bit of an issue for the hit for the you can only get 2 of those into a square. Stats on him. Which one? The Howler? Yeah, so anyway, some of these have got Formation Fighter as well. So these have got Formation Fighter 2. That means you can get 2 extra points in. So that means you can get 12 points in a square normally. So that would be 3. So you can get 3 of these guys in a square. Actually, that's really good. Because these have got high hit points, look. And what their attack density would be what would make them kind of weak. But they're strong. And they've got decent stats, look. And they're really quite heavily armed. Well, they've got good armor. The high morale. I think these look like a really good nation. Fire, astral, nature, earth, and some water. Rarely blood or death. Yeah, that's quite a long. That's quite wide path access. Not the deepest path access. Okay. Yeah, interesting. Oh, hey Mary, how's it going? Mary Discusser. Oh, icons next to stats. Nice. Yes, the UI is improved in small but significant ways. I think it's a lot easier to see. Yeah, I'm not going to go through all of these guys. It's not a nation overview. I don't really know enough about them. They basically, these are the 3 new factions anyway. You've got Piconnier, Femini, and Andromania. These, I think, late age is going to be really, really good fun. Okay, so who was it who wanted me to look? Was it Dark Side Cookies or was it Slumberata? I can't remember. Anyway, one of you guys wanted me to look at the Beritos. Let's just see what these guys are looking like now. So yeah, all of these nations are going to play differently now, by the way, because of the changes. The changes in the magic are quite significant. The changes in the bless system is quite significant, and the scale's different as well. So we are going to see a shake-up in the game meta. Okay, these guys, blood, fire, air, water, earth, astral. Nothing new there, I don't think. They can sail. They got advanced forts. I felt that the Colossi Warrior were kind of like the sort of weak side of this. Yeah, they're still going to get 2 in a square. I don't know. I think for early age, these are underrated. I don't think that you really tend to go too high into the sacred. Oh, mind you, don't you get Seir with Beritos and Melkarts? Because I mean, look, even if these guys aren't the best thing to build a bless around, if you've got Seir, they are, and so are Melkarts as well. Does Beritos sailing fit Colossi now? You'll have to look at the leaders. This commander can bring his men with him across the sea. Max size is 3. So, no. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, it doesn't look like they can sail. That looks like a deliberate design decision. Stumrata said... oh, sorry, hang on. I'm missing some stuff. Jackson S. I wonder how EA Makone will do now. My beloved Spartan Giants. Makone were pretty good, man, in Dominions 5 by the end of the... But once they got patched, they were really good. I mean, not really, really good, but they were pretty good. Dark Side Cookies, you do. Stumrata, they're the run to the litter of EA Sacreds, but they're really cheap. Yeah, they are. I mean, the fact that they can't sail is a shame, actually. Excuse me. Wow, you get Blood 3 though on your Bride in Waitings. I've forgotten about these guys. Yeah, my friend plays these and he's really good with them. The issue really is the early game, yeah. Mary discussed a blessed size 4 would fit an enlarged bless pretty well. Yes. Yes, because you don't... Yeah, you're right, because you don't lose out. Like size, you can still get 2 of those into a square. Yeah, that's interesting. So an enlarged bless might be nice on those. They don't get nature, So you'd have to put it on your... Yeah, obviously you put it on your Pretender. Yeah, that would work, yeah. Dark Side Cookies. Ah, okay, but they get Sayir and Melkarts. Yeah, so, like, look. When you look at these guys, Veritas, they don't immediately, like, apart from thematically, they're awesome. They're really, really interesting. But they don't, like, look that great until you realise that they've got some of the Hinnom stuff, you know, like Sayir and Melkarts. The fact that they, look, because, look, when you add this nation, when you look at this nation, where are we? Veritas. When you look at these guys, they've got elephants, and elephants are pretty cool. You can do cool stuff with elephants, right? Yeah, this has got the low morale and magic resistance, but other than that, they're not bad. Yeah, they got morale 8 on the riders as well. So they need their morale buffing, man. But other than that, they're pretty good. Like, you can make them fly and things with air magic. They're pretty bizarre. But then, yeah, when you add a Titan to that, like when you start adding Melkarts, so you've got a super combatant, or like a good super combatant as well. Like Melkarts are like really good super combatant. So that suddenly adds a new level. And Sayir as well are really, really, really powerful. You know, they're Hinnom's Ocelotls, really. They're not quite as good as Aussies, but they're pretty damn good. Stumrat says, aside from archers on the elephants, these guys look the same as in 5, yeah. So, is the archer new? I didn't know that. Yeah, so they've not got the highest precision, but still, you know, that can do something. Yeah, so you're going to want to go through all of your favourite nations and look at them. For example, let's look at... I was talking about Asphodel earlier. Let's have a look at those guys. Like, Asphodel really needed some help. I don't think they've had... I don't know what's changed here. Yeah, temples produce nature gems. That's an interesting... I don't think that was a thing in Asphodel before. Their temples cost 300 in forest and labs cost 300 in forest. So they get cheap labs. They've got growth limit +2. That means that these guys can get growth 4. Okay, so growth 4 is really, really high. So you can get crazy growth. Like, that will... Like, if you go into growth 4... Bearing in mind that now that for those of you who are late to the stream, you only get +or -2 on your scales now naturally. So this means that you can go to growth 4. So not many nations can get growth 3 unless you get it on your Pretender. By the way, Pretenders and nation scale and blessed limits don't stack. It's the higher of the two that's the important one. But like, so for example, these guys, they do get pop kill, but magic scale increases the chances of better reanimations. Carrion beasts now come everywhere, but you get more in forests. So you get more of the carrion. Temples and growth scale increase reanimation rates. I think this is where I think Asphodel have had a big boost because they were considered to be one of the worst nations. I think they look loads better now, and they are really going to benefit from the changes to the scales. Can you look at the Lancer horse from Beritos as well? Yeah, I'll do that quick. Okay, so we've got the Beretian Lancer. I don't remember this unit well enough to be able to let you know whether anything's changed there, to be honest. Here's his horse. It's the war horse. It's got a hoof attack, morale 9. Yeah, here's a horse. And it's got leather barding. Okay, sorry, back to Asphodel, and let me just read some of the comments. Stumvata says, I mean that they also get Telkinis and the path to summon them easily. The biggest issue really is the early game, and that seems unchanged. Yeah, I think that's deliberate though, because like their end game's super powerful. I mean, they are a decent. Beritos are a pretty strong blood nation, I'd say. They're not the best, you know. They're not a blood power, as you might call them, but they're. I've seen like my mate played Beritos really strongly. They aren't that great in the early game, but if you know, like, let's just go back to Beritos just quickly. If you know how to expand with javelins, you know, with these troops, if you can get your head around that, they've got the archers as well. So if you can get your head around using basic, you know, expansion, and bearing in mind these are good troops for the early age, by the way, they're not bad troops. These are solid troops for early age. Defense 13 is pretty good, man. So if you don't need it, like if you're a good enough player that you don't need a trick to expand and you know how to use the basic combat mechanics, they are challenging, but they're not weak. I think Beritos are underrated, but I'm talking about look, my limited multiplayer experience. Right, I ain't good at multiplayer. Sorry, let's have a quick look at some of the other factions. I don't know if there's any that anybody want to have a look at. I heard Asphodel forts stop pop kills somewhat. Yes, they do, I believe. Let's have a look. Dominion kills population, but yeah, I think it's like Therados in that the forts will, or the coastal towns or whatever it is in their case, and that reduces population kill. I think. Also, you're going to reduce the pop kill in your Dominion because of the growth limit as well. So if you want to, you can go growth or you can go death. Right? You can't go really hard into death now. Let's just quickly make a nation, just a pretender, and I'll show you what I mean. So, let's say you're going to go with, we'll pick one that isn't specifically death-based, like this. Okay. So look, you can go 2 growth. Hang on a minute. Growth limit is +2. We should be able to go into 4 then. Is that not working? Oh, look, I'm an idiot. That's why. Sorry, you can't account for battle mode being thick. Here we go. So we can go in growth 4, look, but we can't go into death. So you can't actually have death scales with Asphodel. That is really, really interesting. So you are basically a pop. You are like, you know, Ermor Light. Can you take a growth pretender? Yeah. Titan of Forethought. She's got the +1 growth scale limit, but that won't stack. So, yeah, you only get +4. It's the bigger of the 2 modifiers. It doesn't stack. You can get, I think you can get as high as growth 5. I think, on or you can get as high as 5 on some. I don't know, but I don't know with Asphodel, right? You are like now. Let's look at these guys. I like Asphodel. Right? You got the Black Centaur. These are a really strong sacred. Like they're like the White Centaur, but you know, the problem with the nation before, if I understand them right, was that the pop kill basically made it so that you could only really recruit these for the, you know, maybe 1 or 2, 3 years, and then you can't do that. What if you take a plus death pretender? Okay, let's try that. Let's find one. This guy. He's got death scale limit +1. Okay, so now with him we can go into death, or we can only go as high as growth 3. So you can actually look. You can if you could find a pretender that had like death scale 2. Yeah, she's got death scale as well. The Dracaena. He's got death scale limit 1. Yeah, so a lot of these death magic guys, Hound of Hades, these are all thematic for Asphodel, I guess. Anyway, you get the idea. So, yeah, so this is how the scales work. I think the scales are going to be like way more like you could have one of these ones, like whatever you want. Like you could go like Asphodel are interesting. They're not necessarily tied to death. They are, you know, they've got this kind of they've got death magic. Oh, decent death magic as well. Like death 3 on the pans, and the Dryad hags. Yeah, death 2 mostly, and the Dryads death 1. That, I mean, you know, that's not so useful, maybe. But again, because all the magic's been rebalanced, there are better spells now. So you might find that death 1, you know, is better than it was. Yeah. Mary discussed saying that's before you. Mary, you're well aware of my inability to see basic things on a game while I'm streaming. Darkside Cookies. If you start a very quick game with growth 4, do you gain or lose pop? You want me to do it with Asphodel? Okay. The death 4. It doesn't really matter what we pick, does it? Let's just pick this. If I just pick a random one. And sorry, did you say with growth 4 do you gain or lose pop? Okay, so we're going to go with growth 4. You can't have a negative amount of design points. Oops. Oh dear. There we are. Okay. Lamassu. And let's create a crit game. How do we do this again? How do I load a pretender in? I forget. Control L. Okay. Let's just check this. You'll see, like, basically, a merry discusser, life and death, the Nurgle combo. Yes, it is. One of my favourite Chaos Gods. I've been blessed by Nurgle recently, which is why I've been coughing and spluttering. Ninja Wombat. I heard they reworked LA Relay. What does that look like? Okay, let's have a look. All right, so here's our grayscale. So we got growth 5 here. Look, at the start of the game. That's interesting. Where's that 5th one coming from? Ah, that's coming from the carrying growth. Okay, I didn't see this. So their magic site, the carrying growth, increases growth anyway by a maximum of 4. Right. So Asphodel itself, even if you took death like 3, right, which you could no, you can't take that with them. Even if you took death 1, you're still going to have like growth 4 or something in Asphodel itself. So this means you're always going to be able to get these sweet black centaurs. So you're not relying on their crappy, mannequins anymore. So yes, Asphodel suddenly look like a very, very, very interesting nation. But we've got a carrion centaur here. These are free spawn, aren't they, I think? Can you click end turn? Yes. Okay. So look, I can look. It's saying current population growth is minus 1.2. Excuse me. Okay, so here we are. Look, here's the breakdown. Base population growth, blah blah blah. Growth scale bonus, we get +1. Then we get the minus 2.1 for the Dom kill. Fort protects 1,000 population from Dominion kill. So I think with the fort, I think we're probably going to get. Well, let's have a look. 39720. Okay, 397. Yeah, we actually lost a fair look. 39720. We did lose population. Okay, so you are still losing population, and that's quite fast. So the pop kill's quite high. That said, we have got a reasonable Dominion score. Well, it's 3. That's interesting, actually. That's still quite high. Oh, so it will go down and then balance out into neutral. Yeah, look, as the domain's going up, and that's with fairly Dominion at the start of the game, so I think it'll drop quite rapidly once Dominion goes up. It says Kale, yes. So yeah, I think that this is still you're still pop kill. Look, you're still losing population. Now you do start with more population anyway, so it looks to me at least like Asphodel are still going to be getting. You're still going to be losing population even in Asphodel itself. So you're still kind of on a time limit. But the time limit... Look, we're getting carrion horses. Minotaur mannequin. Look at this. Minotaur mannequin. That's better, isn't it? Sleep Vine's 33, and then it's got a gore and claw attack. Okay, this is looking more like Ermor now. Yeah, look, the satyr mannequins have got a claw attack. Okay, so yeah, you're still dying. Try skipping turns to access speed. Alexander Fedorov's. What do you mean? Well, we'll skip a few turns anyway, just so we can have a look at the pop kill. Yeah, so like the population growth is going down, and this is with Dominion 3. Dominion 4 now. It's gone up to 3% per turn. Yeah, look, you are still losing population quite fast. I think it's not as fast as Ermor, but if you have a 1K fort population, that remains. Sorry, did you spawn a free leader? Okay, look, we're getting. By the way, how many did I do there? This is turn 5, and we've got a lot. We've got a lot of spawn here. Look, look at it. We've got a lot of stuff. Oh, that's mindless and non-mindless. Interesting. So yeah, you got mindless stuff, and you got non-mindless. That's kind of cool. Okay, so these guys are Sagittarius Carcass. Oh, these got magic. These got magic bows. Look, And that's sacred as well. Okay, right. So you're getting sacred summons as well. Sacred free spawn. This is way better. Yeah, the free spawn is way better. Because I know, I guess from what I've seen Christopher write about Asphodel, I think Asphodel is one of Christopher's favourite factions. I think it is, and I'm guessing at that. I'll have to ask him when we interview him again, but it looks like the case, because look, these have had a real buff. Look at these. These are going to be really great fun to play now. So here's another thing, right? If you're coming from Dominions 5, we need to go through all these new nations and look at them just to see what they're adding, because I think all of the nations are going to play differently, even if they've not had any direct attention. And I mean, look, Asphodel, clearly they needed work, man. And like, I know Lucid got them working, but it was a bit of a hack. And Lucid said that he thought they were quite a strong nation actually if you hack them, but this looks way better to me. I still think even with these massive growth scales, the pop kill's pretty high actually. But look, we're losing what? 35560. So look, we lost about 1,000 population per turn. So you've got about what, 3 game years of population? That's way more than Asphodel had before. And you are, just have a look at this population thing again. Okay, so it's going to stay at 3%. And bear in mind, this is 3% of the current population, right? So as as I understand it, let's get my exponential brain going. So yeah, right, you are going to be getting less and less population loss over turns. So you started with, Mary discussed saying, you started with 40,000. Yeah, so 39,720. So this is after what? 6 turns? How many have we lost? We've lost about 4,000. And if I'm understanding this right, if that's a percentage of your current population that you're losing every turn, you are going to lose less and less because your population's going down. I mean, we could test this, but yeah, that's basically what I'm seeing. So, like every turn, you're going to be losing less pop slightly because of the decrease in the denominator. Is that right? Yeah. No, the denominator is the lower number, but anyway, you get the idea. The overall number of population basically is going to decrease each time. So yeah. Jackson S, this is so exciting. I hope you're not being sarcastic. It's exciting to me because I really like Asphodel, and the fact, well, we've got a carrying commander here as well. Look, let's have a look at his stats actually. So again, look, they've not just got the sleep. They've not just got the sleep vine attack now. They've got a whole bunch. These actually don't look weak at all to me. These look really strong now. But are they strong compared to the other nations? I don't know. You're gonna have to watch Lucid's video when he puts one out, because Lucid, I'm sure he won't mind me telling you, he's working on a video basically talking about the other, how the existing nations have, how they've changed, and I think that's going to be amazing, especially for you multiplayer guys. You'll be able, he's the guy who's going to be able to pick apart the nations and all the changes and figure out how they have changed, with the current game meta. Kel, also have to check if the 1,000 is a minimum it can be reduced to, or if it is a flat reduction on the result of the percentage. That's getting a bit mathy though. Yeah, it is, and it's a bit late for me for mathematics. That said, I'm sure you guys, when the game comes out, you'll be able to experiment with it yourself to your heart's content. But anyway, still a little high pop kill for my liking. That said, you look, man, it's Asphodel. You've got to get out there, right? And it really looks like these tools. Look at these free spawn, man. And you not only have you got free spawn, but you can make these bloody things as well. And the pan units are really good. The Minotaurs are really good. The Centaurs and Centaurides are all really good. They're all this is good. This is a good nation. They get like the Dryads. I don't think are quite as good as the ones in pan, but still they're not bad. They're inspirational as well. That's interesting. I didn't know that. So yeah, I mean, these are really, really cool. And the Panic Apostate. I mean, Death 3, Nature 3. You can get Nature 4, maybe even 5 on these. It's pretty good. Ninja Wombat, is the music in the background new music? No, it's not. There is new. Let me show you the new music in the game. The main reason why I didn't put it on was because one, I wasn't sure whether it'd get me demonetized like the Dominions 5 music always did. And I know that Adrian von Ziegler's music, he lets people use it. I've got personal permission off him to use it as well. So I know I won't get copyright striked. In fact, I did get copyright striked with Adrian's music, and he sorted it out for me. He's an absolute dude. So let's get the game music on so you can hear this, and hopefully I don't get struck for it. I'm pretty sure I won't. Okay, there we are. What I will say about the new music is it's a little bit more generic fantasy music, but I like generic fantasy music, so I actually really liked the music in Dominions 5. I know everyone loves the Dominions 4 music, and I love that too, but Dominions 5 I thought was really good. What the Black Dryads are is Aniros says what the Black Dryads are is cheap. 55 gold's not bad, is it? And look, they're basically White Centaur. I don't see any difference between them and the White Centaur. And White Centaur, when you put a bless on them, are scary. And look, these guys are sacred as well. You get sacred free spawn units, man. So I mean, look. Okay, these guys have got crappy attack. Okay, but if it wasn't for that crappy attack, like this wouldn't be a bad thug. Because of the sleep vines. That's a reanimator priest as well. I didn't even see that. So these guys, look, can also be reanimating mannequins. It says around 3 every turn. So yeah, you can get even more. So like if you get more of these guys, I wonder if there's a spell to summon them. That's an interesting thought. I bet there is. In fact, we can just check, can't we? It doesn't look like it. Okay. We've got Grove Fortress still. An evocation. Oh, there we are. So Carrion Centaur. Okay, so yeah, we can summon more of these centaurs as well. Carrion Lady and Carrion Lord. You need you're going to have you need a Panic Apostate to do the Carrion Lord. But yeah, they've got all the old Asphodel stuff. Carrion Growth, an unholy prayer that makes the animating vines of most. Oh fuck! I need to play this. These guys look amazing. I got Dark Slumber as well. Is that a new spell? The villagers succumb to an enchanted sleep and walk into the woods to die a dreamless death. Oh yeah, okay. So this is going to give you loads of mannequins. Fantastic. I think they might have had that before. Have they got anything on thaumaturgy? No. All right. These Asphodel look really good now. These look really cool. I mean, for a start, look at this free spawn you get way better. We got flying free spawn. Look. Have we got a harpy leader to fly those things with? Yes, we do. So I mean, look, you've even no undead leadership. Are these undead? Yes. Yeah, so the harpies can't control them. Sorry, I'm just going to catch up with this. Yeah, I love Dominions 5 music too. I do. Mary Discusser, you can get Panic Apostates in Conquest for Elysium 5 too. Can you? Oh, which class is that, Mary? Is that with Dryad Queen? Spoilers, man. Alexander Fedorov, they had Sacred Free Spawn in Dom 5. Yeah. Okay, they did. So that's not new. Marlo, I've been in and out. Did they put my Hoburgs in the game? You just missed me. I'll show you in a minute, Marlo. Yes, but they're not Hoburgs. They are Hoburgs, but they're Hornburgs. we decided they're called Hornburgs. They're a different race technically, but they are basically Hoburgs. They've even got the gluttony trait. They are basically Hoburgs, yeah. So there is a Hoburg nation in late age now, but they're not strictly Hoburgs. They are Hoburgs in everything but name. Jackson S, I hope there's a mod that lets me mix up me old and new music, or you could just do what I do and just make you can just make a playlist. Ropeman, the changes to Bless have me really excited. It seems like it's going to be a lot easier to take a cool god and still get what the nation wants. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know enough about multiplayer anymore to really tell you whether. Let me turn this music down a bit. I don't know enough about multiplayer to really tell you how that's going to affect the meta, but it's going to change it, and hopefully we just don't see rainbow mages everywhere, and you know we won't need to play games like Bring a Real God, but in single player now the thematic priests, the thematic pretenders are going to be way more fun to play. I think, like I'm really excited. Wow, look at that bear! Get out of here! Let me just have a look at this. Carrion bear, 68 hit points. Holy shit. Okay, so... Sorry, guys. I've been swearing way too much from this. I've kind of broken my no swearing rule. Yeah, so we've got... look at this. 68 hit point carrion with a really heavy claw attack and sleep vines. Crappy attack skill, because they're basically zombies. But still, that's not bad, is it? And they got Spirit Sight. Yeah, look, I mean... Yeah, these are really good. These free spawn are really good now. Like just adding normal attacks on free spawn is great. Okay, Kale's saying I'm pretty sure sleep vines have multiple attacks, thus lowering defenses through their overwhelm penalty and compensating a bit for the low attack. Used to anyway. Okay, I didn't know that. Yeah, they got 3 attacks. You're right. Are you sure that works on? Does that give overwhelm then? If that does, that's really cool. So actually, that lower attack skill isn't as bad as it looks. Oh man, I need to play Asphodel now. These look awesome. Like if you want to play a really scary nation on the clock now, I think these guys are going to be a good go-to nation. Because I mean, I know Urmor really is super pop kill, but these guys look like they've got a bit better. I wonder how Theranos work now as well. Okay, as Kale's saying, Dark Slumber was in Dominions 4. Okay, Mary Discusser, no leadership. Dry Queen, yes, okay. Kale's saying, also the dead harpies didn't have flight. Kalem undead can't fly either. Maybe they can now. Sturmrata said, sorry for spamming the question, but what's the other plane aside from the cave glare call? I don't remember, to be honest. Somebody answered, if you scroll up in the chat, somebody talked about, oh, Nexus, there we are. Anaris, it's Nexus, yeah, that was it. I think there's a Celestial plane too. I don't know how many planes they've put in. I've just not played the game far enough. I am really interested to see how the planes change the game. Are they going to be kind of like, you know, something you have to really go for, like in Conquest of Elysium, where they're there, but you don't get much from them unless you really try to do them? I don't know. Oh, I want to play Asphodel now. Right, okay. Let's come out of here anyway, guys, and I'm just going to... So... I'm gonna sign off soon, I think, because I've been talking for quite a long time. Wow, there's an hour of me chatting. Is there anything else anybody wants to see before I sign off? Because I realise that everyone's dead excited for this, and I'm so lucky to get a copy. Like so thank you to Illwinter for like considering me for this. I don't think they gave out copies to very many people. I think it was just me, Daz, and Lucid actually. So I really appreciate them like choosing me for this. I think they like my Conquest of Elysium videos. I think that's why. Anaris says, I think this is Celestial Plane 2, not much interaction. Kale, do Kalium get access to the Glamour magic path? Okay, let's have a look. I assume you mean early age. No, doesn't look like it. No, Kalium looked to have been separated out from Glamour. That said, like I said, air, you need to go and look at the air magic now. It's really different. Ninja Wombat, late age relay. Oh yeah, sorry man, I did mean to check that out. Yeah, so sorry Kale. It looks like they haven't, but do not fear, because I think that air magic is actually a lot better now from what I've seen. I did have a cursory look through it. I won't go through it now, but yeah, I think air magic's way better. I don't know if they've got anything in the middle age. No, they don't. I don't think Kalem are a glamour nation. I think that's for the the Jotun stuff and the Elf nations mostly. I would have thought. Let me just check Kalem just quick in the late age. I don't think they'll have glamour. No, I was right. Okay. Sorry. So Ninja Wombat relay. Excuse me. Let's have a look what they've got. I'm again, late age relay I wasn't that familiar with. I think people hated these, didn't they? Because of the Dominion. Like, it's not Dom kill, it's Dom madness. Dreamers, madmen, and void beings. Can you direct me to see what it is that you want to see, guys? Or early age relay as well. All right, I'll look at those in a minute. And Ira said, you get a single province in the void with a high-end spell that you can connect to each of your provinces. So you can use it to transport yourselves around. Interesting. Kayla Lamotis, boo, lost all their fun illusion spells. Maybe there will be other nice things to make up for it. Yeah, air magic's really good now, man. Like being able to stun units from 40 tiles away, and in an area effect of 8. That's I think it was in Evocation 5. I think that is a really, really strong spell. Ropeman, EA Relay. Okay, I'll look at those in a minute. Jackson said LA Relay seems way better now. They have mutations and stuff. Okay. I don't like. Okay, these guys are going to be glamour as well, I guess. So there's probably going to be like changes to all of the mages. There's the Star Spawn. God, can they really get Astral 5, maybe 6 straight off the bat? That's horrific. I've never played these guys, I don't think. Is it Middle Age Relay that everyone likes and Late Age Relay they hate? I think if Illwinter, like, they do watch people play and they do listen to the community. I know they don't always seem like they do, but they really do. I know they do because I know. And they don't like it when... Oh, sorry. I'm guessing now, so I don't want to put words into Illwinter's mouth. I guess they don't like it when they see really cool factions like this being kind of, no one plays them. So I'm pretty sure that whenever you get a weak nation like Asphodel, it's that they've put loads of heart and soul into making, you can be pretty guaranteed that they're going to balance them out again to make them more fun. Because it's cool to have nations that are weak. I like that in single player games, and I think it's also cool in multiplayer games when you're playing with people who understand how to play with that kind of dynamic. But I think that I think it's going to be, I think that making these more fun to play is only going to be a benefit. Ninja Wombat, it's fine. They said they've been rebalanced. I'll wait for Lucy to tell me. Yeah, Lucy's going to know because I haven't played them. Sorry. Yeah, you'd have to play them to know. Dark Side Cookie said Middle Age Relay was strong. Not sure about 6. Water Nations have been a bit neglected. Yeah, I mean, let's look at Early Age Relay quick. I liked Early Age Relay a lot. I thought they were really cool. Can't see anything new here. They've got glamour though, so that's going to change things. Who gets the glamour? Mind Lord? Okay, so they get a little bit of glamour. I don't think they're a very strong glamour nation, but it's perfectly within their theme to be using glamour magic. Slave Mage doesn't get it. These are ones that are really strong, isn't it? I remember. They're really, really good because they're slaves, so they're super cheap. They don't get any salary. Have halved upkeep costs. That was it. Yeah. So is that included? I reckon it must be. Yeah, they're not sacred, but still. Yeah, they get what, like 4 magic paths? Yeah, Water 3 or Astral 2 would be... Any of those paths is really good, actually. Yeah, shit, because you're Astral, right? So you're plugging into a communion. So any of those... Yeah, they look really good. Ninja Wombat, they swap Death for Glamour in all their randoms. Okay. Okay, that's going to change how they play, then. Yeah, I've seen these guys play quite strong. I like. I don't know if you guys know Wintermath from the Lucis community. He played these really well. Like again, another one that I'd like to play. I think multiplayer, Underwater Nations get a bit of a a raw deal because they're kind of annoying to deal with. But in single player, man, it's really fun to play water. Darkside Cookie says used to be like 72 gold. They're not much higher in 6. Considering higher mage costs. What were they? 72, did you say? Are we talking about the slave mage here? Looks like EA Relay still has no good air access to get their big mages on land. Yeah, it was Amulet of the Fish, I think was what you were using. But like, I mean, a lot of these are immobile, right? I think this is a mobile. Yeah, map move 0. I can't see the mobile tag, but I think they are. Yeah, these are map move 0, so they can't move, but you're teleporting them around, right? No good air access to get the big mages on land. Yeah, the slave mages are also... oh no, they're amphibians. It's not them. They're amphibians as well. Is it the Polypial Mother? Yeah, I think it must be these guys you're talking about, the amphibians. Look, I think that's part of their nature. Look, because they're insanely strong underwater. And they're ridiculously strong mages. So I think part of their balance is that they are a little bit difficult getting on land. Also made slave mages 60 gold pricier. Wait, 70. Yeah, but I think all the mages have had an increase. I mean, look, a Mind Lord's 530 now. I'm pretty sure they weren't that much before. Let me look at a nation I do know well. Let's look at Satis. Yeah, Sauromancers were around 200 and something, I think, before. So then they've had a significant increase. Reborn, I think, were 900, were they? I'm not sure about that, actually. I don't actually remember. We'd have to bring up Dominions 5, and I can't be bothered to open it, to be honest. But yeah, actually, was Sauromancer 300? I can't even remember now. Oh, Mary discussed. I meant the Mind Lords. Sorry, Mary. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, the prices of mages have increased, but you get more gold as well. That's the thing. I think the prices on everything's probably been rebalanced out. All of these nations are going to be really fun to revisit, I'm pretty sure. Somebody asked me about Makone. What have changed with these guys? Okay, so it was the Archon that were their great mage, wasn't it? Yeah, that's kind of pricey. But then they were slow to recruit as well. Were Archon always slow to recruit? I don't remember them being slow to recruit. I don't think they were. Maybe the Dark Side Cookies. Maybe there's some items to help them. Yeah. There's loads of new items as well. I haven't even gone through that, to be honest. So yeah. Has anybody else got any more requests before I sign off? Because poor old Battle Mode's voice is starting to die now. And I'm going to play tomorrow as well. I've got some stuff I need to do in the daytime, but I'm pretty much free most of the evening. So I'm probably doing I'm going to do some more live streaming. So if any of you have any more questions, now is a chance. I know there's a bit of a delay in the stream, so I'll give you a minute or so. Thank you. Get some rest. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, the other thing that's cool is the map generation is really cool now. It looks like there's less options because you've lost the cave stuff, but actually remember that a cave is automatically generated whenever you load the map. So the maps are really, really cool. Alf Mellin, thanks Battle Mode, great session, and thanks for being so patient with answering all the questions and showing different elements. Hope you feel better soon. Hey, thanks man, I appreciate it. I'm on the mend. I'm just kind of kicking out the last bit of a little bit of a cold. It's kind of a bit of a chest infection, but I feel fine. Mary discussed by Battle Mode's voice. Hope you get well soon. Cheers, man. Yeah, look. So I think the maps look better. This is a better look. I think it's still quite minimal, and I know some people I don't love the way that these maps look. I think it's fine. So yeah, and there's loads of tools that you can play with. The map editor's always been good in this game. If you get into it, I haven't really played much with it, but I actually feel like making a map. Rope Man, hope we can see some elementals tomorrow. See you Battle Mode. Yeah, see you later, guys. So any last questions before I go, and then I'm gonna sign off. Wow, this is the most viewers I've ever had on a live stream. I'm really excited. But then I guess it's because playing Dominions. I think Daz by the way, for those of you who want more of this, I'm pretty sure Daz Tactic is going to be doing some later. Like Daz wasn't he got a mixed communication about live streaming. So he was live streaming and then he stopped because he thought he was breaking an NDA, but he wasn't. So so he started playing Distant Worlds, and I went and told him, like, Daz, you can play Dominions, and he was like, oh, I'm playing Distant Worlds now. So he was balls deep in DW2. But yeah, so I'm pretty sure Daz will either be playing now or he'll be playing soon. So if it's not too late for you all, go and check Daz Tactic out, because Daz is going to come at it from a completely different angle, and I'm certain that Lucid Tactics is going to have some videos up soon as well. And I can't wait for his videos, man. Checking out all the multiplayer stuff. I don't even play multiplayer that often, but I'm addicted to his multiplayer videos. Darkside Cookies, it was 80 plus people watching earlier. It was fun. Yeah, it was fun. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Jackson S, Archons are slow to recruit. Yes. Thanks for showing us. Very exciting stuff. Cool. No worries, man. And Mary discussed the coastal province look a lot better. Yeah, they do. I think it was the water particularly that looks really good. All right, guys, I'm going to sign off. Thanks for watching, and I'll probably be around about the same time tomorrow. So that was 8 p.m. I'll probably be on earlier in the daytime because it's a Saturday, depending on what my commitments are tomorrow. So I'll make sure you've all got a couple of hours notice anyway. See you later, guys. Take care. Thanks for watching.